tortured and reclusive. This man is more dangerous than he seems.
Hello? Oh my god, I'm broken. Give me a second. Don't look at the screen. Pretend it hasn't started yet. This is what I get punished when I take care of my bodily functions. That's why I normally just go on the ground. Just not worth it to get up. Please hold. Fixing. Level 4. Tracking quality. Meat. Level 3 tracking quality. More accurate than level 2. We'll see about that. Camera on. Still broken. Level 2 tracking. It's going to be one of those days, chat. I can feel it. Level 2. More accurate than level 1. Ooh, it likes that. Let's go. Now all I have to do is just remain forever in place, not making any changes one way or the other. Never turn my head more than 90 degrees in any direction, and stay perfectly still. Avatar me. Boop. Professional streamer, by the way. I've not reset my avatar's position. Just give me a moment. Good to see the behind the scenes. How's the emote wall looking? I am not where I should be. Emote wall me. Centering. Centering. Coping. There we are. Beautiful. And then we'll make we'll embiggen ourselves a little bit. It's too big. It's too powerful. Chat can't handle it. Here we are. And I'll just move myself over yonder. I'm still too big. Ooh, woo. There we go. That's better. Am I center? I'm not center. Center now. Center me. All right, now we can play our double-decade-old MMORPG properly. Very exciting. Isn't that exciting, chat? I'm apparently flipped. Transform mode. Flip horizontal. No. I flipped the emote wall in the background. Flip horizontal again. And flip horizontal. That looks right. Ooh. Let's test the emote wall to make sure that that's not broken. We had a heck of a stream last night, didn't we, chat? Holy crap!
We are raising an army.
Thank you, Stepsis, for the raid. Welcome, Rainers. My name is Pro Stoic, and I'm a variety streamer. I mostly stream Final Fantasy XI, but sometimes I don't. My favorite type of rice cake is chocolate. See the referral link below for more information on how you can get yourself your own personal Pro Stoic brand Quaker Oats chocolate rice cakes. Wow, variety streamer. Yeah, I do all sorts of stuff. Leans in the camera. All sorts of stuff you wouldn't believe. How's your stream, Mel? Your Tarkassi stream? Was it good? It was good for me. I was pogging the whole time. The whole time. Let's flag up. We're gonna get THF70 tonight, or I'm going to die trying. I want to be done with the job. The job needs to be done one way or another. If I have to use all means at my disposal in order to force 5 other individuals with whom I may or may not have had a past relationship with into such a position that they will XP with me, I will do that. I will leave no stone unturned. Not even the women and children will be spared. Good. Let's move our OBS to the right. Did you kill many innocents? I mean, that's kind of like a rhetorical question. I know you did. It's like your favorite thing. It's what you're good at. We're gonna do a cursory glance out there to see whomst may be available that wants to play the video game, because this is an important distinction. There could be white mages and summoners and red mages out here that do not want to play the video game. They want to play the video game under extremely specific circumstances. Kind of like when you go into a multiplayer MMO Lite and you can set, I guess let's use Monster Hunter as an example, and you can set hyper specific restrictions on who you want to play with and when, and then wait up to 2 hours in order to find 1 or 2 other people that want to participate in the same. Shockingly, there are 2 paladins available, but that's because paladins are slept on after 63, completely erroneously. There are no mages. Maybe if I grab both paladins, that could make 2/3 of a white mage. Plus, they'll never die, so I won't have to keep my eyes on them. Isn't that exciting? For everyone that's super into Tarkov, that's somehow still here, Final Fantasy XI is extremely like Tarkov. And let me, not at all, buy a little bit of time by speaking very slowly and disjointly in order to create reasons why. Because in Tarkov, you have to equip yourself for success and plan ahead. It's the same thing in Final Fantasy XI. So if you feel like an MMO version of Tarkov is up your alley, Horizon 11 private server is where it is at right now. You can play for free. This spot for Horizon is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, the #1 turn-based mobile MMO Lite. I think it's a mobile MMO Lite. I think they try to make it like a little bit of everything. But, you know, every movie is the #1 movie in America. So whether or not it's actually the #1 mobile turn-based RPG remains to be seen. They do have a anime-esque adaptation that is stylized after whatever that relatively popular League of Legends anime thing was. So that's exciting. I wonder how well that did for them. They just have too much money. They have too much money that they could devote to whatever because people can't help themselves. Wow, the sales pitch. I'm getting quite good at it. I'm tapping into my my GameStopiness. My GameStop salesmanship history is coming full frontal. Hide your eyes. Hide your eyes or get, you know, blasted by the radiance. We're gonna do the thing that we normally do. We kind of shied away from Xenosaga for a while. We're gonna be bringing it back today. We're gonna play it as is typical for 30-45 minutes, no more than an hour. And as is commonplace, we're going to have to be the change that we want to see in the world. I can feel it deep in my incredibly metallic bones. But we can pretend. We can pretend that we're going to get a invitation to a party in the next 30 minutes. It's happened before. If you can believe it, if you can sit there and cognificate the idea that it's possible for a thief to get a party invite within 3 to 5 minutes, I was there. I was there, my friends. It was me, Dio. Let me remember how to bring up my things. Let's test to see if this works. There it is. That looks right. The encoder change up that I saw, or that I implemented, has been wildly successful. So now we can play any game that my computer is capable of running without having to worry about it crashing repeatedly ad nauseum in front of a live studio audience, like some kind of twisted video game version of a Dr. Phil episode. If he's still doing Dr. Phil episodes, I don't know. I wonder how old Phil Dogs is doing right now. I would imagine not well. PS2 me. I'm about 1,000 updates behind because I'm too lazy to do the right thing, which is to save in-game and then take that memory card file and plug it into the new version of PCSX2. It honestly is a process that would only take about a minute, and I could even do it now, but I need to make sure that your dopamine delivery system is as unimpeded as possible. We were in the middle of a cutscene. Let's turn the music off and make sure that that works. Okay, that went away. Load state.
Yes.
Why is that not playing? Please hold. Don't worry. Daddy's got you. Oh, it just needed a second to pull it into frame. We were in the middle of a cutscene. For those that are not apprised, we are inside a ghost ship that we crash landed into after we were bumped off course into an alternate dimension. Think Warhammer 40k, except it has a hot robot lady in it, which I think is also a 40k thing, but you know, just bear with. We found an artifact that is actually a Jesus affiliated artifact uncovered 2000 AD. That's the story. I'm sticking to it.
Well, if this is really the center, it's possible that it may be of some importance to the Gnosis. But this, of course, is from our frame of reference, so we could be completely mistaken.
In other words, if that is a man-made object, it
Yes,
could be
please
a
dumb it
ship
down
or
for me,
some other
Ziggy.
wreckage that was swallowed just as we were.
What about us? Are we gonna end up like that too?
Shut up, Momo.
We'll be sure to get out of here before that happens. Cosmos,
No, that's
what's
rude.
the Elsa's
Momo
current
doesn't
position?
deserve to be
Location
treated that
unknown.
way.
I have lost its signal.
Lost?
The Gnosis magnetic and gravitational fields have become unstable near the center. The last known coordinates point to a location on the lower level, 300 meters below our present position.
That's pretty close. Shall we go? Yes.
Momo, please.
Let's just hope the Elsa isn't in the same condition as the wreckage around here.
The Elsa is a ship that we crash landed in, and we woke up basically unconscious in some other area of the ghost whale ship that we're in. What is this? This is a Raid Shadow Legends. It is. New patch just dropped. Make sure that you refer to my referral link below. Mash that lick and scribe button and get 60 free pulls. Sign up now and you'll get a free skeleton night.
Preparations for the Zohar Link experiment are complete. We'll begin phase 1 in 60 minutes.
My corporate overlord would like to remind you that if you sign up and get to level 5 or whatever the fuck it is,
assigned to this mission?
whatever they call levels, then I get $8.
I wanted to test your loyalty to the organization.
Not sponsored, by the way.
Nothing more.
I'm just very good. I'm just very
The
good at what I
citizens
do.
will be affected, whether
He's
you
very good at it.
succeed or not. Do you regret your decision?
No. They're of no consequence to me, nor to our organization, or anyone else.
I don't know how familiar all you are with the lore of Xenosaga,
said,
the early
Sir
2000s science fiction turn-based RPG. But that scar on Margulis's face, with whom we've just been interfacing with our ocular membrane, is from a freak dishwasher accident. You would think because he's evil that he acquired it while slaying the innocents. No, it was a dishwasher that went haywire. Not everything has to have a deep introspective reveal. Is that loud? It seems loud to me. Can it not be loud? Hang on. Settings. Audio output volume. Let's lower that to 30. 30 sounds good. Okay, that is much better. I get that it's a literal jet engine, but like, could you not? could you not be like that? I really appreciate it. Oh my god, he's seeing the ghost of his family. Ren. Alright, we've been released from the cutscene. Let's save state so we don't have to repeat that again, even though we could just as easily skip it. So tomorrow I may require some assistance. Oh my god, here we go. Now, what do you need? The last time that you asked me that, I was sore for like 2 weeks, so I'm gonna be much more reluctant to participate this time around. Hang on. Before I remove this last rock, I have forgotten the controls. I no longer remember the controls. I'd like to get to my menu. Nope. That's not the button combination. Why can't every game company in the world get together and just agree on a specific template for their control schemes? Like, who the fuck made X and O be reversed? Alright, I'm just gonna let you do your own thing, man. My HC character is almost 15, so sub job things. That's not too bad. I can help you with that. Ah!
Your orders, Xian?
It's still too loud. I mean, kind of. It's kind of too loud. We'll lower it by like 3 more %. I lied. 4%. Oh, video games. Video games, dude. Discard. Guard. I don't know if either attacks get reduced by guarding. Apparently they do. Very exciting. What did you name your hardcore character this time? If it's not something along the lines of Big Fart Bucket, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I love and cherish you as a brosif, but I will disown you if it's anything less than Big Fart Bucket, or if it's a Taru Tater Thought. Panthus, that's fine. That's like your brand. I get it. It sounds good to me, brother. I have not grinded at all in this game, and this area is punishing me very badly for it. Just a casual 355 damage to Momo. No problem. She honestly should not be in the front. It's more on me than anything. We might have to restart. I'm gonna be real with you. This is some dark times that we're wandering into right now.
Here. I can still fight.
Get in the robot, Shinji. Yeah, that's fine. In theory, this move boosts her ether damage 2 times and makes her ether stuff cost twice as much, but I think it also affects her attacks, which cost nothing, thank Christ. Momo, you're gonna get 1 shot anyway, so just heal Cosmos. Thank you, Nightbot, for remembering kindly that it is Subtober or September. I don't know what they're calling it. September, I think, which I guess is in line with the fact that it's September. Very tongue-in-cheek, Mr. Bezos. I really appreciate that. All subs and resubs are 25% off. For the cost of a gallon of orange juice, you can support your local streamer. And if that doesn't make you pog out of your gourd just by the idea in and of itself, I don't know if you are human. Like I am. Like I definitely am. Final Fantasy 11 is different than I remember. Yeah, there's a Momo in it now. It's gotten much worse. Momo's not that bad. She's just very underpowered for a long time.
I'm not done yet.
And the shoujo shonen theming that she has is not going to gel with everyone.
Charging. Our cannon.
But this is Final Fantasy 11. I'm trying to think of like the closest approximate. We're in C right now. Yeah. We're in C. I think because it's like we're in a ghost will or something. Ooh! Oh, the big dodge is from Momo. Let's go.
Impressive.
That's so goated. The only thing holding this piece of shit together is the flex tape that is Cosmos. As soon as I get at least one bad guy down, we should be set to roll the others. And that's happening right now.
Charging.
I'm being pinged on Discord. Never mind. Someone is just emptying out all of their emotional content onto me, which is fine. It happens. I'm a good vessel for that. Because of the Greco-Roman philosophy that I've been steadily practicing for about 9 to 10 years, I understand the human condition very well. Ooh, and the big dodges, or the big blocks.
Annihilated.
Is this still peaking? This volume is all over the place. I'm gonna need the Japanese developers to go back to 2001, presumably when they started developing Xenosaga, and re-audio balance their game, please. Thank you. The big lasers. Oh, kill the ogre. I really should be, now that we're at a point where we're stable, I should be waiting to take advantage of these enemies properly by waiting for the little icon at the bottom right to come up that gives me multiplications of points, like this. That way I can get additional amounts of points that I can spend in order to make Cosmos, or rather keep Cosmos the best character. Oh, 10 points.
Destroyed.
Momo, just heal yourself, okay? The hard part is over. I'm definitely save stating after this. I don't give a shit. If you have a problem with me save stating in my early 2000s video game, I respect your opinion, but I do not share it. It is occurring to me that either effects are not very effective on these individuals. Never mind, I'm the best.
This day belongs to the light.
I have already acquired this treasure chest. I no longer have any frame of reference for where I am. Oh, Momo, use life shot, please, and heal everyone sufficiently. And then we are going to go into our either pack stockpiles and top everyone off. That looks good. So I've been considering playing a horror game that I had discovered yesterday on stream. I'm still kind of gauging my regular viewership TM's tolerance for things other than Final Fantasy XI. People watch Armored Core, about 15-20 people watched Armored Core for about an hour into it until I beat what was arguably the most interesting looking and action-packed mission, and then promptly everyone abandoned me, which is only appropriate once I kept running into a stealth mission brick wall over and over again. Let's kill this man. He's got a mouth dong, and I can't have that in my Christian Minecraft video game. Prepare to be dealt with.
I've come this far, I can't lose now.
Asshole.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
It's still too loud. What we're gonna go all the way down, closest to the lowest common denominator. 15%. I'm broken again. Oh my god. Why do people watch this? Let me fix it. I don't know how I broke. Is it because I itched my nose? Is that not allowed? I would like to go into my settings and set GPU priority, please, because apparently my program can't last without it. If I keep breaking, I'm going to set it to NVIDIA broadcast tracking, which makes me jolt whenever I blink, but at least it's consistent. It just makes me very bouncy. That's all. I don't know if you're actually still in here, L, but I noticed that you had your VTuber back and it seemed like everything was performing normally. Did you fix the problem then, I'm assuming? Whatever the issue was. Level 3. Camera on. Okay, that's what it wanted. Let's center the camera just a smidge. Looks good. We're back online. I figured out how to do it. I know that you are in many ways much more techie than I am, and I fully respect that. How did you fix it? I'm just curious because it seemed like a very strange problem that you couldn't suss out before. I don't know, dude. Physical defense. I don't think this guy does that many physical attacks. But we will be prepared all the same. Getting the giant robot, I believe. I would really prefer it if you would leave my giant robot alone. I need it to do things, and there's going to be a boss in here. I can feel it in my guts. My extraordinarily human guts. I could feel it in there, wriggling around. I care enough to use this ether doubling attack, but not enough to actually test to see if it's actually doing anything for me. This is an Ice Lord. Pew. Momo, you're responsible for your own destiny. Good luck. We're gonna glance, because we're at the 30-minute mark, we're gonna glance in-game and suss out if there's anybody that wants to play the video game. Finding a camp is not hard. Constructing the party is not hard. It is finding a healer and a tank at this stage. I would probably make at least 2 times the parties. And that I already make a lot of parties, but I would make twice the number of parties that I already do. If there were a combination of, I would say if there was a 70-30 split and the number of healers that want to participate in something other than a burn party or even a sky party, I'll take at this point. And I make it sound as if it's a bad thing, and it's not. You're probably not going to kill this, right? No, not with 4 damage or not. The problem I had with 3D VTuber was mostly my X264 optimization. And that, okay, good, we're back. Hello? Hello, we're back now. God, I love that dude. I love that so fucking much. I love paying my ISP more than I reasonably should in order to get a service that is not consistent. Hello. Hi, Cyber. How are you doing? Hopefully that it disconnecting like that is the first and last time, and that it's got it out of its system. I was assured weeks ago that the issue that I was having with OBS randomly disconnecting has been resolved, and sometimes they're correct. There's been days where it behaves like it just works, as my friend T. Howard likes to say. My personal friend T. Howard, he and I go way back. Hello, No Flow. Animated enter emote to you too. I really want to beat this thing when I can take advantage of the points difference. If it's going to be an asshole and do this to me, I may not have a choice to act sooner than anticipated. Can you not destroy my robot, please? Like Christ, my guy. Let's get out of the robot. I'm probably gonna have to yell at my ISP again. There's some days I'm looking at Twitch Inspector where there's no variation, no variable. It's just perfect, consistent internet connection and upload strength. And then other days it's like, hold my beer. I'm going to repeatedly disconnect you and make it so that you get insane buffering issues once at least every 45 minutes. I just need them to do the job. I just need them to press the buttons, and whatever combination makes sense. Let's take a little bit, let's do a little bit of damage here, but not too much. I sincerely doubt Momo is going to be able to finish this off, but we'll see. With the whole 0 damage, I certainly doubt it. Ooh, oh my god.
Adversity can foster hope and resilience.
Amazing.
We fall so that we may learn to pick ourselves up once again.
Excellent job. And we got Thermal Blast. That's what I'm talking about.
Impressive.
Heal me. Cosmos, you don't really do anything with your EP, so give it to me. Thank you very much. What did I get? Decoder number 9. AKA something that I'm not going to use, even though I should definitely take advantage of it, because some of the best equipment is hidden behind those red door rooms that I need this specific key in order to enter. And I guess I got some experience out of it, so let's take a gander. No, before we do that, let's take a glancy poo, as they say, at people that may or may not be willing to play everyone's favorite double-decade-old MMORPG. There's a summoner. That's our main healer right there. Merit points. Please assist. I don't know. Rank 10 summoner. I don't I don't know if their tolerance is gonna. Maybe if I give them like 2 other sub heals, they'll be comfortable doing it. I mean, they're level 75 summoner, so they have like 1,000 hit points. That's like, or 1,000 MP. That's like 30 cure 3s. I don't think they get cure 4s, right? Maybe not. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. If you like all this indecision and you want to see more of it, following the channel has an outsized impact on how it behaves and how the algorithm treats it. And it would be greatly appreciated. I cannot stress that enough. All right, back to it. Nobody wants to play the video game right now. We'll take another crack at it in about 10 minutes. Oh, you have a lot of E-penis points. I believe. But you also did get a skill. A fire skill? No, not literal skill. Tech attack. Set. Thermal blast is what? I don't think you have enough T points in order to upgrade this. 250? Oh my god, dude. I mean, I get it. It's probably considerably more powerful, but Like, F me. Ooh woo. Ara ara. Words. Use E points. Do we have any E points boosters? How? How what? How's that summoner main healer coming along? It's not. There wasn't. I would actually try it. I would suggest it to them. I think that the answer is like, thanks for the offer, but have to pass. Auto translate being sent back to me. But you're telling me there's a chance type situation where it could work, but I wouldn't even have backup for them. There's like one other black mage out there. I need collateral. I need something that I can show the summoner to let them know that it's okay to live in a world where they won't be judged for being a main healer. And I don't have the tools to do that right now. They must be convinced without a doubt. It's like it's a psychological block for them. Like they don't know what they're capable of. It's kind of like every summoner that's out there is basically Neo from the critically acclaimed Matrix series, where they are literally the one. They just don't know it. So they need a whatever that guy with the blue and red pill, Amadeus or some shit, to be like, yeah, you can either sit being a quote unquote support element for the rest of your life, or you could see beyond the veil and become the true white mage that you were always meant to be. Not everybody wants that. Everybody is kind of comfortable being in their own lane. I respect that. HP recovery max. That's interesting. Revive and HP recovery mid seems super fucking strong. And it also means that he won't have to purchase about 1,000 revives every 20 seconds. But now I have to... Okay, we'll just do this. Can I cross-train this? It's 420. Oh my god.
Moshi, motherfucker.
Morpheus, thank you. I really appreciate that. Ara. Here, I'll do you one better.
Ara. That's much better.
Oh, so good. I enhanced I enhanced that voice, and I'm very happy with where it is right now. I still have yet to find a voice changer that makes me sound like a lady, or at least feminine, for research purposes. I got a clock shield. What is that? What does that do for me? I do wish that these games gave like a little snippet of, is it worth a look at the thing that you were just given? Apparently I have a Nightwalker. I did not realize that. Who has the lowest vitality? Clearly Momo. Really? Cosmos has like the second lowest? That's crazy. Nightwalker. What else do you have? Nobody cares about evasion. Prevents slow. I have a feeling like the next boss is going to cause slow. So Cosmos armor unit. Do you get anything else?
Tortured and reclusive.
Arm missile
This
pod.
man is more dangerous than he seems.
Thank you very much, Kay. I really appreciate it. 1,000 pogs upon your house. May your pogs blot out the sun. We are gaming. It's an arm missile pod, but it seems objectively worse than what I have. Is it going to change my skills? I imagine that I would. I mean, we could try it. I have no idea where I picked it up. It's fucking menus, man. Well, I'm just a stupid American. How am I supposed to parse any of this shit? You're trying to give me a bunch of blocks and keep trying to put the square ones into the triangle holes. Ooh woo. I have like two voices, lady and ancient man from an RPG. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Okay, it does not change it. We'll try it for a battle and see if it's anything worth fucking with. Somehow I doubt it. I mean, all it should do is just change her ending attack. I imagine that it's a AoE weapon, which could be good. Maybe it's good. Excuse me, Mr. Fairy. I do not want to actually fuck around and find out. Oh no.
Get out of my way, or else.
This one's not so bad. The fairy monsters are very weak physically, so we should be able to cleave them in twain very efficiently. Or not. I do want to kill this one. This one does need to die. I think this heals it. I think I made a mistake. It does not. Thank Christ. You guys almost thought he wasn't a gamer.
Cornered, trapped, and forced to fight on.
Charging.
Needle me.
Our drill.
Ooh. I mean, even though it reduced the dodges,
Annihilated.
even though her strength was reduced by almost 10 points, it didn't really seem to make much of a difference. I think that's principally because Cosmos is just so freakishly powerful to begin with. Perhaps it does not matter. We'll keep doing damage. It's fine. As opposed to what, streamer? Not doing damage? Shut up. Don't appreciate it when you talk to me that way. 169, nice. Also, hello, Just Jim. I don't know, I responded to you, but I don't know if I formally reached out to you. I want to see what the missile pod thing looks like. So everybody guard. Let's keep guarding. Missile pod me. Okay. What the fuck was that? What?
Towering, fierce, terrible.
What was that?
Nightmare-made material.
Her anime. What is this, like some Pokemon Violet and Scarlet shit where she turns around and the missiles just pop out of her back? At least with the Gatling gun, something comes out. Oh my god, if that wasn't the sickest shit ever, I don't know what is. Congrats on 200, Stoic. Oh, that's true. We did hit 200. That's awesome. Poggers. That is, as the kids say, so goated and basted in equal measure. NRP puts on a baseball cap and then turns it to the left, and then NRP also puts on an additional cap on top of that one and turns it to the opposite direction, thereby virtually T-posing on others in a small radius around me with my street cred. Also, hello, Boa. It seemed like your Baldur's Gate 3 drunken stream did very well last night. It seemed like you had fun. I have to be careful with how much Baldur's Gate 3 I actually ingest. Just because I've spent 30 hours on it, and yet I get such a constant stream of choice paralysis from even looking at the game, because I just can't parse having actual consequences for my actions in a video game format, so I just don't watch it if I can help it. But I was listening to you for a while. Yeah, it was very entertaining. You are good at what you do and wonderful. Let's shout out El Harabel. El is my quote-unquote step-sis. Nope, that's not how that command works. She is very fun to interface with. Don't take that out of context. She plays a lot of Tarkov recently. She was almost as deep into Final Fantasy XI, the Horizon private server, as I am, and she'll return to it, I'm sure, at some point in the future. But Tarkov do be being crack for the people that it's crack for. Shout out Boa Kumi. Boa is and please forgive me if I butcher any part of this, a goth frog mommy big titty bunny girl with mommy tones. Yes, and she is quite good at being that assembly of words. So you should like go to her channel and follow her and stuff. Very interactive, probably top 10 RRs for sure. Would redeem and then get capped off on dopamine instantly again. Am I allowed to be up here? Is this where I'm supposed to go? I hope so. I want out of the whale. I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride. This is not where I'm supposed to go. I remember coming up here. Did I just do a stupid loop? Oh, chat, I think it did a loop. Chat. Oh, chat, I think it did a loop. I'm not supposed to be up here. This is where I was before. It's only been like 2 weeks since I last played this, and apparently I just did not parse where I was. I mean, the ghost whale do be looking like every other part of the ghost whale, so it's not surprising. All right. Let's take a glancey poo. See all... Here, I'll let you see what I'm doing. Even though there's not really that much to see. See all 70 to 75 inv. If I have to do birds to finish off this this cursed journey that we've been on, that's fine. Bard buff only, pull X. The bard does not want to pull. I suppose that's their prerogative. And there are actually some white mages and stuff like that. Very exciting. Ads are apparently starting soon. I did not realize until literally just now. They're about 19 seconds on average. Brace for impact, and I will see you on the other side. You can avoid ads in their entirety by subbing, which is 25% off for new subs and resubs. This month only. They do good. Twitch Daddy. Ooh. See all 64 to 75. 37 people are looking at the moment. I don't normally do this. I normally scout out camps ahead of time, but I need to grab some of these people before they disappear. Lansu is not going to have Sky because they are rank 4, and I believe you need rank 5 or 6 in order to get Sky. Question mark, ampersand.
And reclusive. This man is
Thank you,
more
Anime
dangerous than he
1987,
seems.
for your generous follow. Hopefully, one day the Earth will be as lucky to have you walk on it as hallowed as you are. I don't know. There's a compliment in there. Low level sync 64. If I can help it. Do you need it? Party. Sky, and then we'll send that off. If they ask me what is my party setup, I'm going to not respond to them. Life is too short. Oh, yay! They said yes. All right, we have one piece of the puzzle, chat. Very exciting. Doctor, please help me. I'm going to Pog. Hello. All right. We don't need a tank for Sky because the birds are made out of tissue paper. Psych Vossen. We'll want to get a sub heal for this guy if we can help it. If I invite this other white mage, someone's gonna be like, why do we have 2 white mages? Because, motherfucker, this is the world we live in. Do you want the party or not? But I do need a level sync. I need a sync target, so I'm probably gonna have to invite this black mage anyway. Level sync 64 party. Do you need it? Sky? And let's see what they say. And the rest of the blanks should be easy enough to fill. Should be. Will be. Sorry, looking for a burn. May want to include that in your search comment. Sorry, burns only. My mom said I shouldn't play with trash. Good luck, though, Lamau. They did not say that, but that's what I imagine they're saying on the inside. If I get 2 white mages, that should take care of everything. Hello, level sync 64. And I'm cognizant of the fact that I am effectively robbing a whole ass other party from being made. But you don't understand. I need to not play Thief anymore. Do you need it? Level sync 64 party. Do you need it, Sky? And let's see what they say. Thief hater. I liked Thief. I do. I did. I just wanted to play something else. I don't want to pull all the time. Is that so much to ask? I just don't want to go and get the thing and then 45 seconds later go and get the thing and then do it for 2 to 3 hours. And I recognize that is what you do in this video game, among many others. But I would like to, I don't know, just for a change, like press the tab and then enter a button and then wait until the thing is dead instead. Hello, filling in the blanks may be a minute. Plus they can devotion each other, and that's kind of fun to think about, huh? Isn't that fun, chat? Are you having fun? That's a rhetorical question. I know that you are.
Cornered, trapped, and forced to fight on.
So, see all 64 to 75 invitation. Now let's do 64 to 74 because 75s are not going to like being brought down to 64. I'll even shave it off a level further. 73 is good. Change it up to tell the white mage he is a puller now. It is Era Plus after all. You may have something there. The world is not prepared though for our controversial yet brave ideas. Low level sync 70 or 64. Do you need it? Sky. Let's try low level sync 64. Do you need it? Sky. And one more will do it. One more will do it. I don't really care who it is. Is that ranger still around? No, the ranger is gone. I have received a shore. Don't mind if I do. Let's pick you up. See all 64 to 73 inv. Hello. Dark Hage. No, I recognize it's probably Dark Age. It's probably Dark Age. She probably doesn't want me to refer to him as Dark Hage. Low level sync 64 party. Do you need it, Sky? Find me a tank to stoic. What? I think that what you meant to say was find me a tank to. If that is the case, that is not in my power. I am so far 1 for 3 on finding people that are not AFK. I'm probably gonna have to start reaching for the stars now. Low level sync 64 party. Do you need it, Sky? The Final Fantasy 11 population is not ready for me to saturation bomb people with invites in Minecraft. Amico. Search failed. Amico. My dog is being a guard dog, and boy howdy is she good at it. Whatever is out there and is able to hear her right now is scared shitless. And they should be. She's got tiny toe beans. Nobody's prepared for that. Low, we need to acquire one more individual with whom to do Mortal Kombat with birds on a floating island. Anything will do, really. Anything at this point. Roadkill. Sky C. I have a feeling, based off of no empirical evidence whatsoever, that if I invite this individual, they are going to they're going to force disconnect. So to prove myself wrong, I'm going to reach out to them. Level sync 64 party. Do you need it? Sky? We don't need to be here. We can be on our way. That also means that I need to shut down my PS2 emulation. I mean, my very real PS2 that I've definitely attached a capture card to, and then purchased one of those $100 HDMI upverters to improve the graphical quality. We'll pause it for now. We'll pause it so it's not taking up resources. Just got one. Oh yeah, well, F you too, buddy. I didn't want you anyway. Can you imagine if I was really like that? Can you imagine dragons? That person wants a TP burn. Provoke. No. Hello. Level sync 63. No. 64. Party. Do you need it? Sky? Let's turn the music back on so you're not listening to just the teleportation sound effect over and over again. Wait. Wait, I can do the thing. I can do the thing now. I almost forgot. Let's do the thing, chat. You're not prepared for the thing. As well, find a tank. Found a tank. Good. I had faith. In 30 seconds, we will be a stone's throw away from going uppies. About as uppies as you can reasonably go. I don't think they ever send you to space in Final Fantasy, right? I mean, in Final Fantasy, obviously they did. They did it in 8. Spoilers for like a 25-year-old game. Feeling old yet? I mean, in Final Fantasy 11, do they ever go to space? I know that there's some alternate dimension thing that you can partake in, Abyssia, where the world is all topsy-turvy and you did not, in fact, be the hero whence and whereupon it mattered most. Is it worth it spending a $9.90 on a chocobo to get to the shattered warp point 0.2 seconds faster? No. But you also don't pay my private server subscription. So just sit there and enjoy the content, TM. Enjoy the dank content. Can you do that for me? My son and or daughter? Can you do that for me? I'd really appreciate it. Kill point has been shattered into 1,000 pieces. Take me to the lobby. Post haste.
Behold the infinite malignity of the stars.
Large apparatus. So if you're not familiar with what I'm doing right now, because I certainly wasn't, I didn't even know that this was a thing until I got onto this server. If you progress COP to, I believe, 8.1, you can purchase very expensive, at least relatively speaking, chips from hidden goblins in the starter cities. Take said clear chips over to those Promethean machines, plug them in, and I think you also need like ZM14, up to ZM14 done. That notwithstanding, it allows you to go instantly up to sky without having to go through Sanctuary of Zeta, as beautiful as it is, and Romave, and then the lore tunnel. Where am I going? And then up to sky through another series of lore tunnels. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the why do we have two white mages. I can feel it in my extraordinarily human heart. In my very normal human tongue. I think that we are going to put our gill where our mouth is. Once I complete Thief, it's going to be me on a summoner, getting it up to level 20, getting all the avatars. Then becoming the greatest white mage to ever live. Asterisk. Dude, my summoner is gonna look at other white mages, and it's gonna be like that one Invincible meme where the guy's like talking to his son, and he says, "You see what they need to do to mimic even a fraction of our power." That'd be a good meme format for that, I think. If I do declare, NRP whips out my Victorian era fan and starts going to town on myself. I agree. Let's go. We just have to find a place to park it. There's allegedly, ostensibly, already a party here. We love that for us. How many people are in zone? 95. That does not bode well. But we're here, so we're going to make it work. There's 8 spots. How expensive could a camp spot in Sky be, Daniel? $10.
Ambushed by foul invention. Towering, fierce, terrible. Nightmare-made material.
Oh, it's so pretty, chat. It's such a nice area. Even after you've seen it about 1,000 times, it still hits different. Nothing is gonna resonate with me quite as hard or often as the Treasures of Otagon areas. But I imagine that will be in said areas in the next 6 months, probably. Nope, this camp is also taken. It do be being taken and all that, so we're gonna have to keep going around the ring. I went right to try to find... Ooh, Armel is the first to obtain the relic weapon Gutler. I don't know what that is, but it sounds violent. I thought it was quite a while away. Treasures of Otagon. It could be. There's no universe where it's not coming out within the next year. I just don't believe that. I think my personal prediction is that it's going to come out within 6 months. I think that the earliest that we'll see it is 4 months. But 6 months is my personal prediction. I will be surprised if it's more than 6. I mean, they're not held to any schedule. Who's the 64 sync? That'd be the... Wait a minute. Well, I thought we had one. That's my bad. I could have sworn one of you was the 64 Black Mage that replied to me. Sorry for wasting your time. I'm gonna reform. You want me to pay you Gil for the time lost? Let me know. Okay. I thought I picked up the 64 Black Mage, and I did not. I love that for me. Gonna look for the sync. See all 64, 65 inv. Hello, level sync 64. Do you need it? Sky. I think this is the Black Mage that I reached out to previously. Hello, level sync. Experience points, I'm interested. Normal pet burn, anything. Hello, level sync. Or party, do you need it? Sky. There's a few 64s looking. So shouldn't be long. We need to find a camp anyway. Unsurprisingly, the person that left was the warrior that was rank 10 that said, I'm basically decked out in the most extreme ways. He's like, thank God I didn't waste my time. This bitch ass party. It is not. That's the hope. At least 2-3 hours. May have found the sync. Come on, show me potato salad. Thanks, but I'll hold off. Sorry. May want to put that in a search comment. Jolt. Jolty. Hello. Here we go. Show me potato salad. My brother in Christ. Sorry, warped. That's fine. Just don't scare me like that ever again. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Sir, it takes literally 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds to put in a search comment. Unless he likes to be, maybe he likes to be talked to. I don't know. Maybe he feels like he's missing out by not being interfaced with, even though for his part, he's just turning people down. I'll take my chances. Not telling people what my explicit intentions are. Gutler is the beast axe. Nice. Now, do we get these messages, like the world first messages, if they fully completed the relic? Or do we get them whenever anybody does whatever turn-in steps are required in order to turn it into the first stage? When it's complete? God damn. I've heard that Armello is a good guy, so well deserved. Still have a spot? Sadly, no. Brownie face. Alright, we've finally found a spot that does not seem to have been taken. If only I could be so grossly incandescent. I don't know how far the light elementals travel over here. Position is camp, light, spot. There is an individual here that is just chilling. Cloud VII. If you want a little bit of trivia about old Stow dogs, when I was younger, I didn't understand how Roman numerals worked. So when I played Final Fantasy VII and Red 13 became available to me, I was like, it's kind of weird that I understood Roman numerals well enough to understand the first 3 numbers, aka 1, 2, 3. I did not know what X3 meant, so I just called him Red X3 for the longest time, and sometimes I still do. It's like a Freudian slip thing. Very interesting party setup. It's called the do what you can with what you got build. It's going through combat testing now. Literally everyone else was AFK or wanted only burns. We got this, says Saturna. So true.
Adversity can foster hope and resilience.
In equal measure. I hope they don't have to do the whole ring around. I mean, they literally do. They have to pass through 3 rings in order to get to me. But I am kind of glad that we're partying up here because we're literally surrounded by birds in all directions. I guess it's incumbent upon me to watch for these light elementals and see how close they actually get. They get reasonably close, so partying on this side is probably incumbent. Looks good to me. Do we have a couple of skill chains? Sure. Sure you do. Let me look into that. SC calculator. Browser toggle me. 64. 64. Thief. Dragoon. Third player. 64. Samurai. I'm going to assume that the samurai has a spear. Spear, polearm. Whatever. I mean, kinda. They kinda do. Mist, are you using polearm or great katana? I await the response with bated breath. I can do either. Let's assume that we want them to do the thing. Penethrust unfortunately does not combo with Penethrust. Does Dancing Edge go to Penethrust? What about Great Katana? Because they said they were interested in that. Or were capable of doing so. The thing is that I don't know what Great Katana skills are good. What is your strongest Great Katana skill? See, all jolty. I sure hope they didn't ghost. Looks that way. We'll give them a minute. Tachi Gecko. I thought it was Jinpu. Shows how much I know. Tachi Gecko. You don't get that yet. Tachi Gecko. Yeah, you don't get that yet. Looks like you don't get that yet. What's your second strongest? Your second... Honestly, they're probably fine just doing Penethrust. Probably. Definitely. Probably. Does Penethrust combo into Skewer? I would imagine not. That'd probably be too strong. Tachi Yukikaze. Let's see if it appears. Oh, it does. But not anything good. Apparently there's a mismatch between... I mean, Skewer Tachi Yukikaze works, but it's not very good. It's not very good. Polearm? I think all I have available to me is Dancing Edge. That's what it seems like to me. Probably we'll all stick. Probably you'll stick with Polearm. I'll be and WS Freely. I'll be able to set off Polearm, off Skewer. See all Jolty. Jolty is not back yet. Camp is position. This is sometimes how it's like. That's fine. I can penta thrust enough. Skewer or penta thrust will work fine. I thought Skewer was stronger though. Hey Sith, how are you doing, my friend? Are you enjoying your fancy earrings? I sure hope so. They are well deserved. Our sync is gone. It sure is. Sometimes it do be like this. Gonna give him a minute. Sometimes people just don't want to play the video game. But this is part of what it's like to be a leader, man. Sometimes you just gotta take a couple of hits on the chin and some slaps on the booty. And you gotta turn apples into limeade. You gotta crack some omelets to make an egg. Gotta use every part of the buffalo. The juice sometimes is not worth the squeeze. You just adapt, overcome, live, laugh, love. Whatever else, Bed Bath & Beyond closed down, right? So I can't really say whatever other motivational, whatever motivational frame sayings there are in Bed Bath & Beyond. See all 6473 inv. Jolty, are you back? Jolty is back. He did Ghost. He's back now. Welcome back. If only I could be so grossly incandescent. Black screen on warp up. I hears ya. Camp is position light Ellie. Is that individual still there? They are. Look at them sitting over there menacingly. Oh, you can't see shit because the browser is blocking you. Look at it. Let's see where everyone is. The theme of the day is throw random bullshit, go. A plague be upon ye, throws cannon to the camera. We're going to press buttons and make it work. Is the experience camp gonna be good? That remains to be seen. I believe so. Even though we're kind of like a mishmash paddywhacks kind of situation. So let's watch some videos, huh? Some of you have already seen this as of yesterday, but you know, I need you to see this again because I needed to see it again.
Ice cream, so good. Think of the ice cream. Think of the heart me. I heart you too.
It's not like we're doing anything else anyway. We're just waiting.
100 glizzies and drink glizzy overdrive. Increasing grip by 7%.
He almost loses it for a second there.
Thank you for over 160 glizzies and drink glizzy overdrive.
Oh my god, dude. I think that the people that are doing the NPC TikTok trend for any longer than a week are going to need psychiatric help. There are certain things that human beings should not do. And I feel like the NPC TikTok trend is crossing some kind of red line. Some physiological barrier where it's like chemically rewriting how your neurons behave to normal speech patterns. It cannot be healthy. It can't. There's no universe. Welcome. Be right back 20 seconds while Jolt is on the way. I'm going to use the little Stoics room. Talk amongst yourselves or don't. I'm not your dad. I'll be right back. And a GIF even. Oh. Oh, man. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's see if I'm broken. Ooh, I'm not. My computer's doing its job. How exciting is that? I'm back. Let's see how much closer the Black Mage is. Once Jolt is here, everyone good? Giving them the ready check sign. I don't remember what elements we had found before. Samurai, Dragoon, Polearm, 64, Thief, Calculate. Skill chain is most likely gonna end. Skill chains are most likely gonna keep making distortion. Water, ice, Ellie, if means anything. Very good. We have a plan. So it is gonna be strange to have two white mages. But on paper, it does mean that we're never going to have to stop pulling. I would be very surprised if we need to stop pulling. As Sparkles can attest, I like to make sure that my parties are on like the very edge of death in order to test what they're willing to take and what they're capable of. Kind of like pressure testing a new submarine to see how low it can go before it explosively decompresses. Epic voice crack. Did anyone hear that? Can you please clip that? Real voice. If you aren't close to dying, are you really partying? That's what I'm talking about. It's the same, like, aggressively pulling in Final Fantasy XI is like doing parkour on abandoned industrial projects in Eastern Europe. If you're not close to dying, is it even really doing anything for you? All right, there's nothing that I'm gonna kill the Black Mage by sinking to. Like, there's nothing that's gonna aggro him on the way over, so let's preemptively sync up ahead of time. Quickly eat an entire pallet of squid sushi ahead of time. Utsu Ichi myself. You guys can freely weapon skill as you want, and I will play around you. I think that's the best. Alrighty, I'm gonna do the thing. Let's activate video game BPM mode, because we're gonna start gaming in a moment. Here we go. And I'm gonna freely set on anyone that happens to have shadows. Let's grab some more. How did he get 1,000 TP in about 2 seconds? Can somebody explain that? I am punching. I forgot what level I am. let me just very quickly do a bunch of punches. They're gonna kill this thing before I can get to it. Get to another one. There we go. So anyways, I just started fisting these birds. Oh, whoa. No problem. It was nothing personnel, kid. Oh, and the defense down. That's what I'm talking about.
Annihilated.
Let's get some shadows back up. We can eat one extra attack before we have to replenish. All according to Kikaku. I'll take a potato chip and then I'll eat it.
Destroyed.
All right, let's move the samurais up to the top of the list. Here we are. So I can have at least some samurais plural. No, there's only one samurai.
Inhuman reactions.
Oh my god, inhuman reactions, dude. Nope, that's shark bite. That wasn't bad. I even fucked up the macro, but I was able to swap it out in time. Go me. And so the fun begins. This is a very icebreakery type question, so I apologize for that in advance. Has anyone done anything fun this weekend or has plans to? Recently, I went to an arcade with my wife unit in order to bond with her in spectacular fashion in front of 1980s arcade machines. And there were a surprising number that were functioning. Not well. Like, a lot of the sticks didn't work. But I mean, it was interesting seeing about 200 arcade machines. Some, I mean, like the vast majority of them were older, so it was more of like an interactive art exhibit than an actual bespoke arcade. You're fired? What am I fired for? You being able to fire me is not my contract, I think. I didn't read it. Watching the stream count. We might. I'm not guaranteeing this, okay? So don't put words in my mouth or anything else for that matter. Ooh woo. Aura, aura. We might stream tomorrow. We might. If we do end up streaming tomorrow, almost certainly it's going to be a after dark type situation where I'm going to be playing something that my normal viewership, quote unquote, will not tolerate. Such as, and perhaps, a game called Static, or, sorry, it's not Static, or is it Static? Stasis. Bone Totem, which is like an isometric horror game, horror adventure game. I'm probably gonna watch a walkthrough when the puzzles come up, because, you know, for me it's about the journey. And I don't want to be in a situation where it's like, well, duh, all I had to do was take the pencil from the room three rooms back and then break it open for the graphite that's inside. Take the graphite and then attach a small sail to it and then send the sail attached pencil down a sewer and And then on the other side, pick up the sewer-drenched pencil sail and use that in order to wrap a dead robot's wound or puncturation in order to cause, you know, shit like that. Like, no, I'm just not. If the puzzles make sense, I'll make a good faith attempt to make them work. But I don't know. I still haven't decided if that's what I want to do. It's just a game that I've recently become interested in. I think it would be neat. I think it would be a neat thing. Or we'll play more Armored Core 6 and just finish that out. I'm not married to either. We already need to grab something else. No man if I do. If I was a real gamer, I would have fleed before then. None of these words make sense to me. So true. I hear you there. Sometimes my brain goes on autopilot. Like I have a whole ass other side of my brain that I dedicate just to producing word salad. And a combination that on paper makes sense, but, you know, is not really matching up properly with the common parlance. Or Valheim. Valheim is also another option. Now that I've had my hooks in it a little bit, I would not be opposed to it, for sure. It's probably going to be Armored Core 6, I'm going to be honest with you. Because I need to play the game. I need to play it. And the longer that I go without playing it, the more unhinged I become. I cannot perform this action. I cannot see this monster through the bush. The bush is too big. My bush is too big. Any big bush havers in chat? Can somebody approximately tell me how large their bush is so I can do a size comparison, please? At your earliest convenience. Thank you. I'm getting torn apart by this bird. Never mind, I'm the best. No flows like my bush has been unmatched by man in this world or the next. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready, coach. Do me. Oh. Apparently that's making detonation. I don't remember what detonation is. There's a flamingus right there. The flamingusy got me wild. I've infected a not small number of people with whom I socially interface with on a regular basis. I think that there was a time where people stopped saying ussy. I would say that it's a meme vernacular that was no longer part of like the common tongue, and I brought it back into full focus and with a vengeance. Because people have been telling me that in the various discords in which I frequent, that they're now saying like ussy regularly. I only watch for the exclusive Big Bush and cooking content. I don't blame you. That's some of my personal favorite. We have experienced chain number 6, which means that we're killing these things fast enough for it to matter. Wow, look at the damage. And then she should be able to, or one of them should be able to weapon skill after that. And it should do something. Apparently it didn't do anything. I think if they skewer after a dancing edge, it should be able to do something. I don't know, maybe they're skewer deficient. Maybe they don't like skewering things. Maybe somebody skewer-rude them over. Yeah. Oh, man. What's a what's a dragoon's favorite type of gum, chat? Spearmint. That was good. I'm very proud of that. I've got a big old smile on my face. Somebody out there is like lolling, dude. Somebody out there is just losing their shit. They're just raffle mayoing. They are physically on the ground because they think it's so funny that it's causing their body to react in such an erratic fashion that it's all they can do between gasps of laughter to breathe just enough that they keep the oxygen levels in their body properly peaked. I gotta be careful with jokes like that. There's a serious risk that I'm like ODing people on endorphins. It's tough. It's tough being on the razor's edge of comedy all the time. Not just because you're the one that's curating and producing the jokes, but because you have a medical responsibility to your community to be just funny enough to get them laughing, but not so funny that you take people's lives. It's a tightrope for sure. And some of us walk it every day. Ads are starting in about 10 minutes. If you'd like to make a sincerely huge impact on me, I recommend clicking the purple follow button below if you haven't already. It's a simple action at no cost that has a big influence. This follow spot is brought to you by Honkai Star Rail. Go get yourself some space waifus. Not sponsored, by the way. I wouldn't mind getting sponsored by Honkai Star Rail. No! It turned. Give me another bird. Stat. Or not. Sick of these fucking birds, man. The way that they look at me as I cleave them in twain with my dual blades. It's nothing personnel, kid. Are you saying Honkais? No, it's Honkai, isn't it? It's Honkai. I don't know if that means something in a different language. It's Honkai Star Rail. You know, where you have the big space choo-choo train, kind of like Starless or Sunless Skies, except you get waifus. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? You all know what I'm talking about, don't you? Please tell me you know what I'm talking about. Congratulations. Ulrika, level 74, well deserved. Nobody has died yet, and it's because we have a crack team of white mages. I'm saying they're very good at what they do, not that they are actively consuming crack. Although perhaps they would need to in order to keep up this level of performance. All I can think about is Ace Combat 6 right now. Did I say Ace Combat 6? I meant Armor Core 6. There are too many acronyms that consist of AC. Assassin's Creed, Ace Combat, Armor Core. You Are Fired. It's not like they're sponsoring me. I would know, because if From Software told me to literally do anything, I would say yes, Queen. And then I would subject myself to whatever is being proposed to me. I would get weird for From Software. Like, you don't get it. I am... it's like, it's step on me step on me levels of appreciation for this game developer. I cannot perform that action. I cannot see the bird. Can the bush please fuck off? These bushes go crazy. Damn, fired at least 5 times in one stream. And yet we're still live. Until my ISP chooses to cause my bitrate to hemorrhage so extremely hard that whereupon my bitrate shits the bed, OBS thinks that I've lost connection, even though I very clearly have not. And then I'm only offline for like a clean minute, which in Twitch time is like 1,000 hours. All right, I'm ready to do me. Bam, 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 bam. I should have grabbed shadows. Let's do that now. I should be able to get shadows back online. Congratulations. One minute, you know how many thousands of TikToks I could have scrolled in that time? Yeah, you could have rewatched the you could have rewatched the Glizzy video twice. I need to acquire more videos in general that are short form like that to make sure that you guys never run out of like a serotonin source when there's like 30 minutes of downtime in Final Fantasy 11. So far I have berries and cream and the Glizzy video. I did have the Walking Dead. Who's old? I did have the Walking Dead van falling with Norman Reedus in it and the other lady whom I can't even remember because I didn't really care for her as a character. Where it's like they're on the bridge and then they were gonna fall straight down, very clearly killing themselves like instantly. And then the the next camera pan, it shows the van perfectly landing on its tires. Neither of them are injured. YouTube did not like that. I pushed some buttons, or pressed some buttons. Push some buttons? I don't know how that idiom is said. But they were not fans of that. I did not get a DMCA. Thank Christ I didn't get a DMCA strike. But I did get a full-on copyright warning. Because they were like, yeah, we don't appreciate that you showed a 1-minute clip of a Walking Dead scene at 144p. That's literally 10 years old. AMC wants to know your location. How about every new season came out, they drove these pristine cars? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the new Walking Dead stuff is good. They're still coming out with shit, so apparently enough people are watching the Walking Dead spin-offs. And there's got to be a reason. There's no way that people are just watching content just to consume content, right? Let me do this to you. I'm gonna do this. Oh, he was so nice. And then I grab another one. It's already dead. Downtime is not acceptable. My babies need to be fed. Oh, whoa. What's this? What are we gonna do on this blood-stained floating island? Senpai? Pumph? Notices your bone. Oh, man. Cursed. In 2 minutes, there's going to be about 90 seconds of ads. There's nothing I can do about it except make them as painless to you as possible. Whereupon the ads end, you're going to get at least an hour of consumable stream in between. You can avoid ads in their entirety by subbing, which is 25% off until October 1st. And then you get no ads. You just get more dopamine. Although I do try to make a good faith effort to reduce your impact as much as possible. The impact of ads on you, I mean. I'm ready, coach. Put me in. How the fuck did I get hit? Very strange. We got the defense down.
Adversity can foster hope and resilience.
Let's take a look at that. It's a little quiet. Oh, I didn't adjust it. That's why.
Adversity can foster hope.
That's better.
And resilience.
Feel my spray, Devil Bird. We're making about, my guess is once the dust settles, about 11,000 XP an hour. Which to some people may seem like almost nothing. When it comes to commonplace bird parties, but it is certainly higher than the 7,000 on average that you would get from levels 1 through 60. That's what I don't get about people with skyitis. The people that only ever expect sky parties. It's like they don't remember the times that they suffered all the way up until then. I mean, you could, devil's advocating myself right now, you could reasonably say that that they're like, thank Christ I'm out of the 7,000 range. I could now get the XP that I deserve. And it is their free time that they're devoting to a 20-year-old video game. But still, like, there's got to be some wiggle room sometime. Like, it's unreasonable to expect to only ever party in one specific area. Or even further, be subject to very specific conditions. Like, I will only accept a burn party, or I will only accept a bard or a red mage. The location can be worked with. That's 11k an hour, better than looking for group in Juno. Jim gets it. I need to pentathrust there. No, I need to grab another bird already. Bush bird, here we go. Like, they could be looking to do other things for sure. Like, they're like, I might as well play Baldur's Gate 3 in the background while I'm looking for this hyper-specific set of criteria to come to fruition. And I do get that, but if, like, the principal point of whatever it is that you're trying to do is to try to get to 75 as quickly as possible, sometimes you gotta work with less than perfection. I mean, no matter the level, only expecting to be in parties that have like a bard or a red mage in it is a type of psychosis, IMO. That is unreasonable because it is a... it's trying to force into place a set of conditions that is reliant on other people playing a certain combination of video games. I don't know how, but I think that the... oh boy, okay. The Black Mage Agad, I believe. Is it slept? It is slept. That was very close. They Agad, and I think the other Flamingo appeared and almost killed them. Almost pecked them to death. This is why Flamingusi are for real beards of prey. I mean, looking at them, you wouldn't think that they're so dangerous, but if dangerousness was loudness, they'd be the loudest birds in the sky. IYK, if you know, you know. The reference. What is the streamer talking about? I have no fucking idea. Oh god. Here we go again. Look at that devotion. Beautiful. All right. Kill the bird. Somebody do something. I'm ready. Oh, it actually went off. How are we doing on gonna give healers a second to breathe? We've been going pretty nonstop for a bit, and the counter is showing that we have about 12,000, so like they definitely deserve a minute to like chill out. If people need a snack or a bio, now's a good time. Is your game player toggle? Unpause. I feel like this is, I'm gonna be looping in a circle for a little bit. We're gonna give a few ticks of MP to the mages. We did not need to go all the way back here. I do remember now that I think where we were at before was where we needed to be, down there. With the save game and shop objects in the distance. Okay, apparently everyone's good. All right, let's get to it. Nobody said they had to go to the bathroom, so I guess they're either going for their closest gamer bottle or they're going on the ground. I respect either. I would like the bird to stop moving, please. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I think the Black Mage learned their lesson because they were beaten within an inch of their life by a tropical bird. To not Aga when there's potentially other Flaminguses floating around. It's a dangerous prospect, even at the best of times. I've been watching Better Call Saul recently. I got up to season 4 ? Before the gray site that I was watching it on went down suddenly. Rest in peace. There's a lot of good stuff on there. But, you know, I don't want to pay Netflix X amount of dollars per month because I don't really feel like they deserve it anymore just to watch Better Call Saul, but it might be worth it. Like, it was good. And I almost got myself to the point that I was like, yeah, I could see myself spending $9.99 or whatever for a month and then just binge watching the rest of Better Call Saul. It's probably worth it. I would like to do the thing. There we go. Apparently a shark bit. I pizzaed when I should have french fried. I already mentioned it yesterday, but I did a full audio rebalancing of everything. If anything is too loud or too soft in your very personal opinion, please let me know. I can make adjustments quasi-instantaneously. The little volume bars are off to my right, so it is just a quick mouse gesture to the side in order to make your viewing experience as litty and basted as I can possibly make it. I think I did find a good balance, though. When I was watching the VOD after the fact, after cutting out the 1 minute of Walking Dead at 144p that YouTube did not like, it seemed like everything was pretty well situated. If you pizza when you french fry, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay, Arb knows. There are so many quotables from South Park that I think are permanently ingrained and firing on select neurons dedicated to them in our brains. There's a not small number of people that when they hear the word 69, they instinctively say nice. I'm pretty sure that belongs to South Park. When people, you know, are talking about achieving something crazy in a video game. They're like, what do we do now? Will you play the game? That's from the South Park episode where they were playing World of Warcraft. It's just crazy how deeply ingrained it is. And they're still making South Park episodes, I think. I wonder how the original screenwriters feel about that. I don't know if it's any different or if it's still written by the same people. I hope that they're not making it because it makes money. Because I think that kind of like defeats the purpose. I feel like they still think that they have something to say. I'm bad. I need to eat more sushi. Man. Let's hold off until we have our sneak attack before doing anything else. Seems appropriate. I was thinking about playing Project Zomboid too. Because of my stint as Dr. Dick McBighuge when I was playing with Sparkles and friends. And Project Zomboid is one of those games I do think that I would like, but I only really ever feel compelled to play when I'm at part of a group. It's very hard for me to play games like that and enjoy it. The Black Mage Aga again. Pulled something else. Good reaction time missed. It should be enough to save him. No, apparently not. Rest in peace, Mr. Black Mage. 59 from death. Surely the Black Mage is going to learn not to Aga when there's a bird on the premises. I mean, it's his hot body. He can do whatever he wants with it, but I worry for his condition. Great party, though. All around. I was not expecting to get close to 11,000 XP an hour with our setup, and I think neither did they. I should have hit there. I should have done my hide macro. I'm a fool and a varlet and a charlatan, and I deserve to be punished. Looks into camera, lowers sunglasses, and winks. Black Mage is maidenless. So true.
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
You're ugly, you are disgusting.
You are maidenless.
I forgot where my maidenless button was for a second. I recently rearranged all the sounds on my soundboard in order to make room for 15 sounds from Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon, I think, would also be a cool game to play on stream. Competition is probably cooled off a little bit. Not that I'm necessarily concerned about that. I'm just saying as an objective fact. So I may get traction with some new people. Like people that may or may not be interested in Final Fantasy XI and just don't know it. There is, like, some people might be like, yeah, sure, whatever, in response to that statement, but there is a visual and practical mouthfeel difference between MMOs of the current day and quote-unquote classic MMOs like Final Fantasy XI. A lot of modern day MMOs are afraid to punish the player, which, if you're looking for just straight dopamine, like uncomplicated dopamine, is fine. But when you feel like the world is actually dangerous, you feel like you have to respect it. Which means that when you accomplish things in it, you get a double dose of endorphins. You have overcome difficulty, and you've acquired something that you know that you can use to deal with further difficulty. And it's not easy to find that. So true. Somebody shrieks. All right, I'm ready, coach. Send me in. All right, now I gotta get out of here. Mr. Flamingo, no. He's got to stop hogging. He's got to. Like, I know that there's a like baked in natural innate desire to do big numbers. I recognize that, but it only takes about 8 seconds to drop to drop the black mage into deep red, so perhaps you should pull it back just a smidge, not a ton, but a smidge. We'll just kill this guy. It's fine. I shoot my dagger. It's super effective. What the hell was that? That was so strange. The black mage needs to fucking chill out. Stop doing things, dude. Giving party a minute. This is what I'm talking about. Look at everyone's MP bars. I can't believe that Sparkles said that she doesn't want to party with me anymore while I'm pulling on Thief. Can you believe that shit? Look at that perfect equilibrium of everyone being drained for everything they're worth. I have milked this party for maximum efficiency. And the milking ain't done yet, chat.
What? What the fuck? Excuse me, bitch?
You must construct additional pylons.
That's what I look forward to, right?
You're ugly. You are disgusting.
Shame. Shame.
Big ol' mega mommy Mithra milkers. It's kind of my catchphrase, or one of my catchphrases. I'm still working on it. The delivery matters most. Scroll into TikTok. If you find something good, please send it to me. There's actually quite a few videos that I've collected in my phone that I need to re-find out what the sources were. Alright, where's the enemy? You know that you play too much armor core when you're like, why can't I boost? Why can't I assault boost? Why can't I quick boost? Why do my plasma cannons take so long to fire off an arrow? Said that because thought stream down, but might have been me and said reload player. It could just be my ISP. It says that he dropped frames. It's just my ISP being the way that it is. I did uprate. Oh my god. Update, improve, increase my bit rate considerably. But I should be able to do whatever I want. I should, on paper, even considering the fact that I'm not going to pay for 40 megabytes upload and get 40 megabytes upload. I should be able to run this shit at 30,000 bit rate and have no issues. Not that Daddy Twitch would ever be okay with that. I'm just saying I should be able to. It's just so annoying. It's annoying having to repeatedly try to make my ISP do the right thing. I mean, we are past the point where I could reliably get a tier 2 tech out here instead of being encountered with the hallowed, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? Or are you running your desktop on wireless? No. Motherfucker. Get a tier 3 tech out here who can literally see only in ones and zeros and have them figure out what the fuck is going on with my shit. Thank you, Felicity and Boston, for donating to the lore stream challenge where we can, as a unit, come together and figure out what the fuck my deal is. What made me this way? Why I appear to be a robot man, a strange little robot man in a toga with what appears to be a fire symbol on my necklace, surrounded by 4 Roman columns. It's some 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim type shit. I can tell you right now. I'm ready to go. I'm good. Anybody can feel free to weapon skill at any time. I am quite content to do the thing. Here we are. Let's find another beard of prey. Thank you, Jim, for donating too. I greatly appreciate it. The community TM has been very active about donating to the stream challenges, which is evidence enough to me of their efficacy and how much people are actually enjoying them. So I'm glad that you guys look forward to them. I know that there are some individuals like Ayame who basically stop using their points for literally anything else other than donating. They have to like do text format versions of the sound bites that they would otherwise put in the chat. It's funny to think about. I'm looking forward to the lore dump stream. I am too. I know I'm way overdue for having lore. There's a not small number of VTubers out there that have long, like, HoloLive-esque information dumps just waiting to happen. Like, I am actually a dragon princess that was reverse isekai'd into the body of a 40-year-old NEET. And so I use my dragon powers to improve my bit rate, and then I stream. And then the title of this whole shindig / anime is I was a 3,000-year-old dragon princess, but now I'm a sub-middle-aged man that streams. It would actually do well. If the vending machine anime does well, then that should too. I would like to cast shadows. I think I'm going insane. Color me surprised. I feel like I'm hearing the Black Mage charging up a spell, even though they're very clearly not. They're definitely not doing that. All right, coach, send me in. Do me like one of your French girls. It's weird to me that detonation is wind element. Is he gonna keep againg? No, I think he learned. It only took him like 3 times of being near death for him to realize that he probably shouldn't aga. Smart man. Wow, such brain, much intelligence. I'm sure that when I do my, or did he actually aga? Did he aga? Is that what killed him? Why did it turn on him so quick? What did he do? Jolty cast Blizzard 3. Flamingo did 600 damage, or received 600 damage. You're good. Happens. Yep. If you need help setting up things through lore, let me know, and I would be happy to bounce ideas around. I might take you up on that. My muse is pretty reliable in handing me a bunch of cursed shit when I actually demand something of it. If I had any combination of words that would properly describe the part of my brain that I tap into when I need creativity on the spot, it's kind of like Baldur's Gate 3 when you're a I forget what it's not the wizard, it's not the sorcerer. What is the third one? I should know this. It's not the cleric. I don't know why my brain is giving me that. Warlock, that's it. It's like a warlock that has like a fiend support system. Like there's some type of otherworldly entity that feeds powers and knowledge to you. That's kind of what it feels like. Like until I'm within about 20% of whatever the target points percentage is for whatever the current stream challenge is, I ask this part of my brain, like I need inspiration for what kind of cursed shit I could put in front of a live studio audience. And it just hands me stuff. It says, look for this, look for this, look for this. If you can't find this, look for this instead. So if I do run into a proverbial wall, I will definitely let you know. Like I just let this spirit take over me. And I say, you have full and free reign to do whatever combination of entries into Google, as long as it's nothing outlandishly weird, or even if it is sometimes, you know, if it doesn't, you know, reach any kind of like moral degenerative limit that he probably should not cross, just go for it. Just do whatever you gotta do to me. Which is when my muse during the last hot tub stream told me, why not feet? Why not have it so that you can have on a toggle your feet stick out of the hot tub? And I was like, sure, yeah, no, that seems super cursed. Go for it. I just do what it says. All right, nothing crazy is happening. Let's go back to video game lo-fi. Much better. I'm gonna use a little Stokes room. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Back 30 seconds. Oh man, too much Rockstar, dude. Okay, chat, I'm back. I don't know if that was exactly 30 seconds. The Black Mage should be off of cooldown, life cooldown soon. And then we're gonna get this party started up again. I can only imagine that you are so pogged up at the idea of us killing more birds that it is chemically rewriting your neurons at an atomic level. Please do not let it get that far. Take breaks away from the dopamine as many times as you need and is as desired. Check with your doctor if you experience any long-term side effects from all the serotonin that I'm pumping into your system on a regular basis over the course of 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes 4, last night 6. Or don't see a doctor, because, you know, all they... because they're like smart guys or whatever. And what do they know? You do your own research. All right, all good. People should be good. That was a nice little break. I do think that people needed it more than they realize. Here we go. We're so close, chat. Only because I can count 6,000 more XP until we're 75. Thank you, Nerf, for donating to the Lore Stream Challenge, where we will uncover the deep, dark, and dank secrets underpinning my streams. For example, what does all that bull mess mean when you type !lurk in the chat? The world may never know. Unless the Lore Stream Challenge point total is met. Almost 75? Hell yeah, brother. We're getting there. I've been playing Thief for 2 months. Just about. I'm ready to be done with it. I mean, I'm not literally done with it. I'm going to be using it to get Hocho. Like, I still need to get the Nana's Charm, which gives Treasure Hunter +1, and then go for Hocho. And then it can stay in the closet until I need to bring it back out for group activities. Like helping Hero out with his sub-job items and things like that. Which honestly should not take that long. Oh, you gotta do the pirates? Good luck. What? Oh, no, you mean for the sand charm? I already got that shit done. It dropped for me on like the third on the third skeleton kill. Yeah, no, that part's done. I have 3 of the 5 items. Yeah, no, I was horrifically lucky. There was no universe where I actually expected that to be the case. I don't know what god I let myself or let them have their way with me in order to get the sand charm within like 3 kills, but I will take it. I have the wild rabbit, whatever the thing is, wild rabbit thorn tail. And what else? What was the third one that you need to grab? I just need to grab the Tonberry lantern. And no thoughts head empty. What's the other one? The royal egg from crawlers in Boyota Tree. And then I can go get my stupid fancy necklace. So I can have a 0.75% chance increase to get fucking Hocho, which it matters. At least psychologically, because I could fight the Hocho NM all day long. And yet I have to do something to try to save this man. He's dying. Then you will help me get those items for my thief? I actually would. I wouldn't enjoy it, but I would help you do it. I will say that getting the first 3 items wasn't that bad. But what level is Nana's charm? Congratulations. I don't even remember. You're pretty much set then, I believe. That's the more annoying one. I sure hope so. I do know that the drop rate is something like sub 5%. Which is real booty. It do be sucking a big old fat one for sure. Trying to get that under your belt. I think it's 70 plus. I will absolutely help you out with that. Getting the items for the Nana necklace hits the same mental notes as trying to get blue mage spells from mobs that have more than 6 TP moves. Because you're waiting for it to even use the correct move to begin with, and then you're praying to God that you get it to actually learn. And it's not until you get the Mage's Spaza bands, I think at 52 or 54, that you can even have an increased chance to learn blue magic. God, I can't wait for blue mage to come out, dude. I'm so fucking ready, dude. I'm so ready. Even if they see fit to nerf it somehow, I don't know how or why they would nerf it beyond touching headbutt. Because headbutt is too strong. Full stop. Headbutt is too strong for what it is and what it's capable of. It's horrifically powerful to be able to stun anything repeatedly ad nauseum for I think like an 8 MP investment. No more than 16. I can't remember. Hi, Alyssa. Thank you for donating to the Lore Stream Challenge. How are you today, my dear? Would you like a complimentary donut that I provided the Stoic Nation break room with? If so, go grab yourself 1 or 2. Hero has been mostly behaving today, so he may have 1. He may have exactly 1, and then not another for at least 48 to 72 hours. How many times do I hear you say ad nauseum? I don't know how many times do I say it. Probably a lot. There's certain words that I use over and over again. I tried not to because I like improving my vocabulary. But I mean, there's only so many words in the human language. It's not like you hear anybody else say ad nauseum. People like hearing me say ad nauseum, ad nauseum. Well, I've been lurking, just laughing as I heard you say that. Good. Welcome to the circus that is my stream. I am the ringleader. I'm here to deliver you laughs. Now watch this bear do a funny dance. Against its will. Just kidding, I would never put an animal in that position. This music hits different, huh? All music that you're going to hear on my stream, probably in perpetuity, is under a publisher called Game Chops. It is completely content ID-less and DMCA-less, so you can play it forever on stream and not run into any issues whatsoever. I don't know how they could possibly make money with an agreement like that because they're licensing official, recognizable video game music for the express purpose of letting remixers do their thing with it. And then they just are like, here, all you need is a Spotify account. It's just crazy to me to think about. Oh boy, here I go. Seta dancing edging again. My wife unit made me a grilled cheese earlier, and it was pretty good. I did buy wheat bread because I'm trying to improve my diet. And I was pleasantly surprised to see and experience with my mouth that the grilled cheese was not disaffected by the fact that I was using wheat bread for it, or that she was. Did you hear how quickly I was going to try to take credit for the grilled cheese that I had consumed? This is why I have the reputation in my streamer community of being a sussy baka. Sundere, even. Although I've yet to call anyone by their full name every single time, because I think that is something that Sundere characters are compelled to do. Is to say the full name of their love interests and then pretend like they hate them. And then in the following sentence, be like, it's not like I want to see you buck naked or anything, Babaka. Whoever put that idea in your head? Haley is a wing whore like you, Stoic. Can you not berate our new neighbor like that? Haley seems like a lovely individual. If she wants to consume any manner of wings from any number of creatures, she should be afforded the opportunity. If she wants a veritable truckload of wings on a daily basis, I will move heaven and earth to make sure that that's possible for her. She is sitting right next to me, wholeheartedly agreeing with which part. I said a lot of words just then, and I kind of blacked out. So which bit? I don't know why the Dragoon is holding on to 2000 TP. But it's that smile, man. I can't shake it. It's that damn smile. Shakes head. I think they're waiting on me. I don't know why. They can just do it freely. I mean, when you're dealing with birds like these, you honestly can just wing it. Bird's the word. All right, go ahead. She's agreeing that she's a wing whore and appreciates your offer to get her truckloads of wings. My agent says that it's within my budget, so it shall be done. They've said that my numbers lately are of such a requisite quality and numerosity that I've been able to acquire a gentleman's agreement with Popeyes. Probably. I'm not sponsored. So yeah. You probably should, on reflection, I'm not a nutritionist or a biologist or a geologist, but you probably should not consume wings as like your main dietary funnel forever. It does have protein in it, and perhaps there's some knockoff nutrients or knock-on nutrients. Something is knocking on something in the various sauces that the wings typically come with. But I imagine that maybe you should do like one vegetable per 5 pounds of wings in order to make sure that your body just doesn't kind of dissolve from having too much of one thing. Listen, if I could live off sweet and sour chicken forever, I would. I would also partake in a situation at least for probably a couple of days before I think I would hit some kind of red line that my body would instinctively make me aware of, where it's like, you probably should not eat Chinese for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and second dinner, midnight dinner. To this degree, you should probably have, I don't know, like bread or water. Well, maybe not bread, because Chinese food is basically like 80% carbohydrates, 90% if you're consuming lo mein. I wholeheartedly agree, wings are not a main food group. They're up there on the pyramid, but they should not be a foundational food item in your diet. And that's as a wing appreciator, a wing aficionado. I've consumed triple atomic wings from a place, and this is a real name, called Quaker's Steak and Lube, where I had to sign a waiver saying that we're not responsible for you possibly dying as a result of consuming these things. I was prepared though, man. I got a glass of milk and cheesecake, so perhaps, you know, that might be considered resin in some circles, where it's like, well, you didn't really deserve eating all of it unless you raw dogged the triple atomic wings. If I had not purchased and consumed the milk and the cheesecake as I was going to town on the triple atomic wings, I probably would have died. Out of mana, hold chain. This white mage doesn't know that I'm keeping them on the verge of death on purpose in order to try to keep the experience points uptime as high as possible. I'm sure that if somebody was going to forcibly disconnect and be like, oopsie doodles, my internet cut out, I'm back and I'm saving my social face by reaching out to you personally and being like, oh gosh darn it, my ISP is a heckin' turd. Is the party still going, even though you know full well that you've been replaced? I've been there. I'm not proud of it, but I've been there some number of years ago. I would say that there has only been 1 or 2 times. State College? Maybe. That's familiar to me. I can't imagine that there's too many places called Quaker Steak and Lube for reasons that are probably self-evident. I think I was supposed to get some kind of plaque, and I never got one. I think all I was concerned with after the fact was going home and coming to terms with what I just subjected my body to. Maybe they put up the plaque for me. Maybe my name is still there. Pro Stoic, it reads, because that's my name. Don't wear it out. Am I still invisible? Nobody tells me this shit. I mean, it's none of your responsibility, don't get me wrong. There we go, that's much better. Feel my spray, bird. If you have not followed the channel yet and you've enjoyed this word salad, make sure you mash that follow button and lick and scribe me. Ooh. That way you get free updates whenever I'm around. We all pog down here. The Chinese place that I have near me is full of some of the nicest people known to man. I had one of those Ramune bottles, and even though I was convinced that I was opening it correctly, my wife unit was fearing for me and my life. Because she was like, I don't know if you're opening that correctly. Because if you're not familiar with what a Ramune bottle is, it is a, in common parlance, marble soda, where you get a little cap, and there's kind of like an hourglass shaped bottle I missed my window. I'm a fool. This still wasn't enough. You get an oval-shaped bottle, and there is a marble that is attached to the top of the bottle that acts kind of like a suction cup, stopping the carbonation from leaking out. And you get this little cap that you have to press down with pretty obscene force to get the marble to pop down into the top of the hourglass part. And I was like mere moments away from tragedy, either from having because I was really exerting crazy amounts of like pressure per square inch on this bottle cap, trying to get the plunger to push the marble down. And one foul move would have sent this hourglass bottle careening, either directly smashing into the ground, the table, or someone else. But the bottle admitted defeat. It said to me, whispered, "You are too powerful, I concede." And the marble went down. And then he drank grape Rumune soda. Was it worth $4? Absolutely not. For the experience of a life or death situation, trying to get a marble to drop down into the top of an hourglass bottle, was it worth it? Yeah. You give and you take. Like that one Amy Winehouse song, I think. Amy Winehouse did that. What is my streamer talking about? I could not tell you. Who frickin' knows, brother? Which one? Now that I have all of you together, I think that for psychological reasons, I don't let myself see how many viewers that I have in chat. For one, because it's ultimately not important. It's a very first world problem to be concerned with the number of viewers that you have. But two, I feel like this is the peak, so let me say this. Which one of you motherfuckers is selling black pepper on the auction house for 6,000? Which one of you woke up and believed that that was okay? Are you the same MF that I'm heretofore referencing that also put up Papotos for 1,500 plus? What's wrong with you? Get help.gif? That's not okay. Black pepper in Chonshoto HQ is 190 per. That's like 3,000. All said after the fact. Who hurt you? It didn't have to be this way. I would rather just lose money before I give. I'd rather lose money before I give you bastards 6,000. I mean, Christ. It's very shocking to me that the samurai is... I mean, I know the samurai is gonna samurai, but it's shocking to me that the samurai is still keeping hate. Free market is fun, I guess. I mean, the free market is also responsible for selling the regular power bow for a required Moghouse expansion at least last I saw like 15,000k more than the +1 edition. Like, there are people out there who are relatively early in their Horizon 11 career that can barely afford doing anything guild check to guild check, and you're out here selling Papotos for 1,500. I understand that I'm comparing myself to the common Taru, the common Hume, and that I am basically living a life of chef privilege. But it's like a 100% markup, man. I could live with Selbina milk being like 1,200, even though it's gross. It's a gross thing to experience, but I could live with it. But double the price for black pepper? Black pepper regional vendor is expensive. Like there is a mechanic in place, and I'm cognizant of that, where if you buy out a vendor or get close, I don't know exactly what ratio you need to hit to make it a reality. But if you buy out a vendor or get close to buying them out, they do increase the price by some percentage, and it can get so extremely bad as to be like 3 to 4 times its original price. I think that it caps out at a certain amount. Black pepper at its cheapest in the Tenchoto HQ is 190. Black pepper at Tenchoto, after people like me that wait until, you know, 1.5 seconds after 1 o'clock hits to buy it, can ratchet up the price up to like 947 or something like that. So it can get super gross. That is for sure. But like something's wrong when I make mushroom stew. I really need this bird to stop moving. If I make mushroom stew for the masses and I'm only making like a 0.25 percentile profit off of it, like I almost threw up in my digital mouth when I realized after I ran the numbers that I was only going to make like 1,500 off of mushrooms. I think at Bassy today it was 600. That's gross. Never have this be your takeaway, kids. Never pay more than $2.50 for black pepper. It's almost never not worth it. Oh man, I almost didn't make myth kebabs yesterday because one or another ingredient in it, like people were selling the hard garlic for like 3,000 a stack. Sit and spin, bud. I ain't doing that. What's wrong with you? Like, why? The samurai's fearing for his life. And I almost didn't help him. There we go. Feels like most people want to see their name on the AH buy list than they do seeing profit. There are some types of food that I will never make. Full stop. And I do not ever see the situation improving, just because historically it never has. There's one prime example is any sushi except for Ikra Gunkan. Ikra Gunkan, even after the 8 million cents shake out, still makes like 3,000 per stack. Things like soul sushi, bream sushi, squid sushi breaks even, if that. I would say 50% of the time you're maybe making back like 100 gil in profit, and that's not me trying to obfuscate and be like, I hope that people take my words to heart and don't make squid or don't make sushi so that I can make sushi and profit. I'm saying it because it's true. I'm willing to drop some true facts on the community, even if it hurts my bottom line. You would think that because sushi is sought after nigh constantly, and it requires a key item to be able to make it in general, and a reasonable investment in cooking skill, that it would make even like 1K profit. It does not. My brother in Christ. It's been a while since I bothered looking into sushi, period. But the last time I ran the calculation, and I was like, even if I don't fail any of these, and even if I only get all normal qualities, the only way that I'm gonna make profit off of this sushi is if I high quality anything. Otherwise, if I just make normal quality beginning to end, I'm going to lose 500 gil. You could reduce the pain a little bit by... Hang on, I need to do the thing. You could reduce the pain a little bit by maxing out your fame I don't exactly remember. I think it's Norg Fame in order to get the best deal that you can out of Tenshoto. But you can max out the Fame in order to make the ground wasabi part a little cheaper, because that's typically the most expensive element. It's normally like 2,600 to 3,000 or some shit per item, and you need 12 in order to make a stack. Well, 6 technically, because I think sushi makes 2 per each instance. That sounds close to how retail was back when I cooked. Some things never change. Some things stay the same. Same but different, different but same. The more that things change, the more they stay the same. There's lots of quotables for sure. It was make it and really hope for a few high qualities to turn any profit, and that sucks because you can't really bank on high qualities making up the difference. Like, even if you sell singles, you're not making a huge amount of profit, and you have to think to yourself what the opportunity cost is of gathering all this shit together and then selling it. People have this idea, which is erroneous, that if I fish the black soul or whatever it is, if I gather the ingredients themselves, they become free. That is not true. They are not free. You are still losing out the money and the time that you would have gained if you just sold the ingredient on the market. You're not gaining 9,000 from your sushi sense by selling your black souls that you fished up yourself. You are simply changing the way in which it is being put on the auction house by turning it into sushi. And I've thought on those terms too. Like, I didn't used to incorporate the cost of ingredients as if I bought them on the auction house into my thinking. I used to psyop myself into believing that the coral fungus that I grow using 10 NPCable pots of maple table, grain seeds, which you can steal easily from saplings in South Gustavsburg, and dark crystals, which makes tartar rice, which is another cooking staple. Coral fungus and dark crystals. That shit used to be free, but no. Now I factor it into everything because it occurs to me that I could have just sold that shit whole hog if I so desired. I mean, we get to keep talking about cooking stuff. Like, does anybody know if the stew pot shit works? And if you're not familiar with what stew pots I'm referring to, it's the quote-unquote group food items where if it works as read, you consume the pot of whatever it is, and then anyone that does not already have a food effect active gets whatever your bonus is from the food forced upon them. As long as they're within like a radius of you. I think the radius is like 15 yalms. Don't quote me on that because I've literally never used it. The white mages are doing a good job of kind of tagging out. One is healing while the other one is doing their best to keep the party trim and fit, full of vim and vigor. As they're starting in about 2 minutes, they're going to last about 90 seconds on average. If Altana smiles upon you, they're going to be closer to 60 seconds. If Prometheus smiles on you instead, it's going to be closer to 2 minutes. If not a little bit more than that. It's the lesser of two evils options, where I can either hit every single person that comes into the chat with 30 seconds of pre-rolls, where if they're new, they're not going to tolerate that crap. And they're going to be like, I took a chance on trying to click on this person. I don't even know what their general vibe is. I don't feel like waiting 30 seconds for my dopamine, so I'm going to go do something else. It avoids pre-rolls. It gives me some manner of control over when people are hit with ads, and allows me to curate my content, TM, around the ads. If I had my choice, I would rather not have ads in their entirety. But this is the world that we live in. Welcome to Earth. Persona 5 soundtrack is so good. I do think that it is a shame, and suitably the game is on my pile of shame, that I have not beaten Persona 5. I do have the Persona 5 Royal Edition for the PS5, but it has been sitting on my shelf for upwards of 8 to 9 months. Just waiting for Senpai to notice it. And yet he has not. Which is very sad. There's a bird right there. I'd like to claim the bird. It'll there it goes. Wow, we only had 4 reconnection attempts before it came back online. Man, it sure was worth restarting my modem. Huh, pals? I mean, if anything, this is kind of like nostalgic in a way, because we used to have these issues constantly for like the first 4 months that he streamed. So it's like a little cheeky return to form. We get to go back in time chat, and who doesn't love that? It bothers me that I won't be able to yell at my ISP sufficiently until Tuesday. I could yell at them now. I don't know exactly if they work strictly Monday through Friday. Perhaps they also work on the weekends, but I doubt that I'm going to be able to get a tech on the weekends. It is going to be one of those situations where I'm going to have to probably waltz in there and being like, hey, could you do me a favor? And they'll be like, yes, sir. Can you give me your information? And I'll be like, sure, here's my information. And they'll be like, what can I do for you today? And I'll be like, can I ask you a question? Can you do something for me? And they'll be like, what's that, sir? And I'll be like, can you give me the opportunity to put on my best lipstick? Preferably my glossy kind, and my hoop earrings, and my dress before you decide to fuck me so thoroughly and so greedily for such a long time. And they'll be a little bit taken aback because, you know, people are used to people being socially interfaced with that that way. And they'll be like, excuse me? And I'll say, do you know how many viewers I get regularly on Twitch? Oh my god, we got 75. Woo! Woo! We got 75. Let's go. Oh my god.
Impressive.
We got 75, baby.
Destroyed.
We got
Prodigious
75.
size alone
Woo!
does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Woo! Or at least use a little bit of lube. Exactly. I'm going to need the CEO to be personally in my house directing any number of tier 4 technicians in order to solve my issue, please. Beef 75, baby. Woo! I'm going to get a accidental buffer on here.
Emotional damage!
Because I'm going to make sure that I can give the requisite amount of time appropriate to my party. Because I told them that we would be partying for a minimum of an hour. But we'll probably break off the party about half an hour and then rotate either to Armor Core 6 or something else. I have not decided. Probably Armor Core 6. It seems like a great way to end the night, so you can hear me scream into my microphone. Even though I don't really scream, I think I elevate my voice sometimes, but it's been about, I don't know, 7 years since I felt the emotion of anger. I get close to feeling genuinely irritated sometimes, and then I normally am like, I need a minute to not be in the situation that is causing me to become unkeeled this way. So I won't actually ever get angry at Armor Core 6, but like the whole situation where I got like Final Fantasy Endgame bossed, multiple formed last night, where it's just like try to kill like these super agile, super powerful little robots, and then just when I thought it was over and I've expended all of my Armor Core version of Estus, like the game's like, hey, did you what way to end this mission best but like throwing a fucking warship at you? I'm like, sure, why not? I mean, really, the warship thing was like an icing on the end of the cake. On the top of the cake. I don't know where the fucking icing goes. You figure it out. We're gonna use my food as a timer. What do we do now? We play the game. More aptly, we get about like a half an hour buffer, and then if I feel like the buffer isn't good enough, then I will just dump an Eco Warrior win into it, and then it gets put in the closet until such a time that I take it out to use Treasure Hunter, because its purpose is to serve butter from here on out. I can't believe we hit 75, man. It's been so long since I started playing Thief. What, like 2 months at least? At least 2 months. It took us about 3 months to get Paladin because it was our first 75, and we were also doing a whole bunch of missions and stuff like that. Everyone is ready for the Summoner main heal arc. There are some non-believers out there. I will not name names. That I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to seeing their hopes get dashed in the court of public opinion over the course of months. I don't think that I'm going to use them all, but I will make sure that I get all the summons if I can help it. Because in the freak circumstance that I see the error of my ways, and I somehow agree that Summoner is better regulated to a support only with benefits position, we'll talk then. We'll see if we ever cross that bridge, as unlikely as it is. Stoic the Summoner main heal master, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for believing in the me that believes in you. I mean, they have auto refresh. Like, I get it that I'm creating a meme. Okay, I get it that I'm memeing a little bit. I am not memeing about the fact that the summoners get auto refresh, and I am planning on getting weird with the summoner in the same way that I got weird with Ninja and Paladin. I'm not afraid to spend an inordinate amount of gil to basically have an IV of Yugudo drink popping into my system at any given moment. If drinking Yugudo drinks throughout the entirety of the party is what it takes in order for me to make the meme a reality, I will do it. I've done it before. I still do it sometimes. People be out here being like, well, the only reason that you made Summoner main heal work is because you drank Yugudo drinks all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I use the tools that the game provided me in order to succeed. What's your excuse? What's your excuse, buddy? Yak drinks are good. They sure are. I mean, the only thing that makes them hard to use ad nauseum, and there I go saying it again. I won't stop saying it. It's a good word. It's a good word combination. Yeah, I'm just gonna go get another bird. It's fine. The birds are a little bit further away, so I'll grab those instead. The only thing that makes Yugoda drinks difficult to mass produce, I completely forgot where I was in that conversation chain, by the way, which is why I paused champed for like a good 4 or 5 seconds there, is the dark crystal expense. Dark crystals, I think, are a not small reason why people don't make Ikragunkin that much, because you need dark crystals in order to make the salmon roe. It's the only real pain point of the whole experience. Otherwise, it's totes fine. I think it's just Coal Shushu that needs to be captured in order to have the Babumu grapes and the Yag cherries. And that shit is constantly locked down, so it should be NP, LOL. Has anyone, if you care to, and if you're actively paying attention to your fun screen, has anyone done the mini fork fights for Summoner to grab the avatars on Horizon? Somebody told me that they're not as punishing as they were in classic era retail, and I don't know whether I should believe them or not. I remember preparing for the mini fork fights. Spat on my screen. Love that for me. Preparing for the mini fork fights on classic retail by having like a small pharmacy in my pocket, and then something about sicking Carby on the summon and then going all the way down to the starting area before you climb the giant ramp. And then as soon as Carbuncle dies, you send Carbuncle back out, and then he automatically runs back up the ramp and catches the avatar before it makes its way down the ramp. And then basically just doing that until it's dead. Did the 21s the other day. How was it? It's a little easier now, which I'm happy for. I think that you can't do a mini fork fight for Fenrir, right? It needs to be taken seriously. Like a full party of 75s, probably. Out of mana? What do you mean? You have 122 mana? What do you mean? Yeah, so you're fine. You still got Benediction. So you can do Fenrir as level 20? If so, that's shocking to me. All right, go ahead, Miko. Go ahead, Miko. Save the samurai. No, you can't do Fenrir as level 20. That's what I thought. If I remember correctly, you need to fight all the primes again and get their lore item instead, the lore key item. For each prime. The Primacy got me wild in. And then you can fight Fenrir. I mean, I don't know if it's just because not many people have Fenrir or what, but I don't really see him that often. But I would imagine that he would be crazy valuable because of the accuracy bonus that he can give. And technically evasion, even though lol, paladins are gonna dodge. ninjas are, but you'd have to find a ninja tank first. That's under 37. I think other than seeing L out in the wild as a ninja that one time in band camp, I've never seen any other ninja above 37. Probably because it's so prohibitively expensive to play sweaty. After 37, I mean, you could argue even after 25, you need to take advantage of the elemental wheel in order to keep hate. Like, you need to. On paper, you should be able to use Shuriken too. But Shuriken is like 14,000 a stack even after the quote-unquote material buffs that made the recipes cheaper. At least allegedly. I don't know. I'm not like a blacksmith or whatever. But there was a chance or a time where I was easily dumping like 60k into my... Hello? Where the fuck is that? Easily dumping 60k into Ninja. Pretty much on a fightly basis. So just for the pleasure of being able to do my job with basic competency in a sweaty fashion, I was spending like 180,000 per week, assuming that I only partied when I had XP charges. And that was too much. If I had treated Ninja with no respect at all, aka just using Shihai and that's it, veritably assuring that I was pissing off every group that I would tango with, I probably would have kept at least a million gil, getting it to 57. Why 57, you ask? Is because of the Ninja exclusive cooking knife that gives you +3 cooking, such that if I get 100 cooking and the furniture piece, and I'm wearing my cooking equipment, and I get the advanced synthesis buff, and I have the Hocho, I get 109 cooking skill, which is the exact number that you need in order to high quality ginger cookies to make wizard cookies to the fullest extent that you can. And thereby printing money. Making wizard cookies in any amount prints money. It's like it just does. I would never have to worry about problems ever again. I could just completely oversaturate the market with wizard cookies and probably get away with it. In order to do that, you reliably need to have Hocho, though, is the thing. Otherwise, you're looking at a 25% high quality rate at best. Which, while not the worst thing in the world, does not feel good. And I've done it myself, and I got pretty lucky the last time they tried to make wizard cookies. But it was definitely it was definitely like playing Gamba, like literal Gamba, just seeing like how you rolled. Because if you, with some food items, if you're not familiar, or, you know, even if you are familiar, brace accordingly. With some food items, you can make multiples in a stack of the high quality version. The two most obvious examples would probably be myth kebabs. Because if you high quality a myth kebab, instead of making 6, you can make 12. Or if you have a slightly smaller chance, I don't really know the numbers. I tried to pull the numbers from my mental library and I failed. You have a smaller chance to like double high quality the result. Instead of making 12 myth kebabs, you make 6 chief kebabs which are slightly better versions that last twice as long. And then if you triple high quality, which is an even smaller chance, you make 12 chief kebabs. Same thing with ginger cookies. You high quality that shit, you make 33 wizard cookies. Or 66 or 99. Does this make you turn, chatter? NRP makes unwavering eye contact with you. And then NRP puts my hands on your shoulders and widens my eyes further. How does that make you feel, chatter? And then very, very slightly slaps you on the cheek. Don't get emotional now. The Cloud 7 is moving. I have not once seen this Ruan coffer. Ostensibly, allegedly, theoretically, it is up here. Just chilling. Minding its own business. I have not seen it. I am predisposed to believe that it does not exist. Maybe it does. Maybe people... I mean, everybody should have a coffer key if they're up here. So perhaps I've just gotten completely unlucky during the few times that I've deliberately looked for it. Or maybe I'm looking in the completely wrong place. Who's to say? Alright, I'm ready. Crunch ties me, Captain. I'm ready. Do me. I have no idea where those coffers are. At least 6 of them should be up here. 2 of them are by the entrance to the Mass Effect looking temple in the middle. Which anyone could see if they're even remotely casually looking left or right. Fuck this flamingo. Says Pro Stoic shouts. That's a quotable for the ages. 15 minutes. The most annoying thing about the coffers is that there is 1 coffer per each chunk of these islands. Like if you look at the map here, every element that you see has a coffer near it, with the 2 last coffer positions being that B or G in the middle next to the entrance. All right, I'm ready. Do me. Do me right now. I wonder how Shia LaBeouf is doing. Anybody know? Could anybody DM him and ask if he's okay? The reason I ask is because I was just saying "just do me," and that made me think of "Just Do It." Where that, where the, you know, that meme, that dank meme, that May, where he was like "Just do it," and then it was basically everywhere for about a month. That whole "Just do it" meme. You remember? Do you remember, Berries? And I also remember when he was going through what appeared to be a light psychological break, where he was planting a flag that said "You will not divide us," and 4chaners and or people that were so inclined and had the skills were somehow geolocating where these flags were, and it became like a it became a crazy capture the flag situation, like a GeoGuessr type like a GeoGuessr type situation where he kept hiding the flag in different areas and people that had way too much free time and a very particular set of skills kept finding the flag over and over again. They were like, well, based off of the flag's position and the way that the sun is setting in the east and the degrees of light that are refracting off of that chair in the background, this is the exact position that the flag probably is. And then people would go to the flag and steal it. Oh man. And it happened like 3 times before he put the flag in like a very specific, he put a flag in like a room or something like that with nothing but like a very tiny window looking outside. And people still found out where the flag was. Like the exact building the flag was in, based off of like shadows, how shadows reflected off of like a single tree in the background that was visible. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh man. After that, the flag didn't appear anymore, but you know, you love to see it. You love to see it. So my goal for the channel is to make it and my projects related to it my full-time career. If you've been watching a while, have the means to want to help me get this thing off the ground, subbing helps a ton and is free with Amazon Prime. If you do sub for the month of September, it is 25% off, which includes if you resub. So if you want to continue using or get access to my funny little JPEG pictures that are reminiscent of me, now is a great time for the price of maybe like a gallon of orange juice. But as long as you're just chilling, relaxing, feeling all cool, playing some b-ball outside the school, and the content is making you happy, that's what I ultimately care about. So do not feel pressured. Not in the least. I do think that we're going to wind down the stream at about 10 minutes. And the only reason I say that is because I was talking virtually nonstop for about 6 hours straight yesterday, which is the longest that I've ever gone, period. Not stopping talking.
Excuse me,
I can
bitch.
feel my voice trying to give out a little bit. And that's typically a good faith warning that it gives me right before I start to get raspy. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel in about 5 to 10 minutes. It's not like I need to talk anywhere near as often during Armor Core, because it's like the gameplay is active enough that I don't really need to be speaking constantly over it. It's mostly just me uttering various soliloquies. I don't know if that's a word. Can somebody look that up? Go get some hot tea while streaming. I could do that. Maybe like a half an hour, not half an hour. Jesus, can you imagine? Like a half-minute break could do it. How are we doing on MP? I'm very good. Having some coffee would probably help me. I didn't have any coffee today, which is normally a death sentence. It's probably exactly what I need. Hello, Mr. Bird? No! Mr. Bird! Mr. Bird, please. Please, Mr. Bird. Please, Mr. Bird. Please. No! Oh!
Cornered, trapped, and forced to fight on. Adversity can foster hope and resilience. Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
That was fucked. That was heckin' frick, chat. I didn't get to do the thing. My whole purpose is to pull and do the thing, and I never had the opportunity to. Hey, Omega, how you doing? How was your night, my friend? I hope it is good. Good, just chilling. That's cool, that's cool. I drink alcohol extremely rarely, but I do sometimes wish that I had Angry Orchard available to me. It's one of the few drinks that I would not consider very sugary that I can tolerate. If I get the alcohol taste or sensation, my body rejects it at an atomic level. I have just such like a strong aversion to it, so I can never do anything like traditional beers. I don't know, is that what an IPA is? Like, I could do things like Seagram Escapes and Mike's Hard Lemonades and Twisted Teas, all not sponsored, by the way. The closest thing to a traditional beer that I consumed recently and did not like was a Evil Genius alcoholic beverage. And I could see what they're going for, but I eventually had to stop and then give the remainder to my neighbor. There was a Angry Orchard strawberry version that I have consumed exactly once in a restaurant environment, and I've never been able to find it since. So I don't know if it's like a Berenstein Bears situation where I believe that I drank a strawberry version of it, but it was actually like the sour green apple or the original flavor all along. AK until 75, just gonna do eco tomorrow. That sounds good. I mean, that's kind of what it's there for. Not literally, like nobody says that specifically for that. But that's how I treat it mentally. I'll probably use it in order to get a buffer on Thief. Because 4,000 XP isn't exactly a sizable buffer. And if I'm going to be trying to solo shit, like the Hocho NM, I'm going to want to give myself at least a few fuck-ups worth of XP prevention before getting knocked down to 74. No, you moved! Why did you move?
Ambushed by foul invention. Towering, fierce, terrible. Nightmare-made material.
I didn't mean to RP walk just then. Yeah, you better get a buffer. So true. I do like the Angry Orchard original, but apparently they do have a strawberry version. Why doesn't anybody stock it then? I mean, I feel like it's the beer version of Peppermint Mocha Creamer for me, where I buy like unlimited amounts of it, but very few people actually stock it. This year, in the year of our Lord 2023, is the only year that I've been able to find a Peppermint Mocha 64 fluid ounce version. And it was $5. Like, you don't understand. Like the 16 ounce little Weenie Hut Junior versions are like $3.50. The 32 fluid ounce versions are like $4. I think it's because they know that I'll buy it regardless of what size it is. Like, I'm normally able to stop myself from becoming overly attached to literally anything. Peppermint Mocha Creamer is like one of the few fluids that I will go out of my way to consume on a regular basis. I do not like it when it does this. I do not like it when it leaves this mortal plane. All right, let's do it. Stop moving. I was gonna.
We fall so that we may learn to pick ourselves up once again.
Oh my god, dude, stop moving. I don't like the way you phrase that. You and me both, brother, and perhaps many others. I do not have normal speech patterns. That's because I'm still learning what it means to be human. Okay. You have to show me what your common parlance is in order for our chosen lines of vernacularity to line up properly. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, what did I say? Did anybody understand that? I have a language chip in my brain that is solely dedicated to outputting word salad. To saturation bombing your ear holes with any number of combinations of random assemblies of words so that I avoid the awful situation where you go without hearing me spat nonsense for upwards of 5 to 7 seconds. Because apparently there's some kind of pseudoscience out there that says that people's attention spans typically last only that long. So look forward to again, ISP. What the fuck is wrong with them? I'm gonna get said. Like it took a second to reconnect. Why would it, why? Like, why would it experience extreme bitrate death then and only for a second? What causes my ISP to be like this? We should be back now. Hello? It says I'm still streaming, so we're good. This is not my first rodeo with my ISP doing this. I think this is the first time that my ISP chose to be this way. 3 times in total. Granted, the OBS disconnection only lasted for about 2 seconds, but that's long enough to be cursed. Maybe a bad signal filter. So the last time that I had my ISP in here physically in my home, it was a tier 2 technician that, thank Christ, told me that they know what the problem is. They said that someone's equipment further up the chain from where I am is causing some kind of interference that travels downstream to me. They said at the time that the issue should stop in its entirety within 2 days, and that was like 2 to 3 weeks ago. Benefit of the doubt time, they are technically right, and that there has been days where I've experienced no bitrate death at all. I would say 3 out of the, I would say like 15% of the streams since that time have been significantly improved. The other times it's just been, it was just like another Tuesday. So my ancient Greco-Roman philosophy that I've been practicing steadily for 9 years allows me to have an above average amount of tolerance for things like this. I recognize that the people that I am reliant on for a stable internet connection are just doing their jobs individually, and that there's no hive mind that I can speak to in order to get them to identify what the actual problem is and sort it out conclusively. Okay, I understand that. I do think that there is a point where I can reasonably take off the mask and get slightly pissing in order to achieve a result that perhaps wouldn't be expedited if I wasn't prepared to do that. I would never do or say anything to cause another human being to be uncomfortable. So I will deploy my disappointed dad weaponry and be like, I appreciate the service when it's really good. When it is running well, it is running well. But it is flatly unacceptable for me to pay like clockwork, the amount that I am, and yet have multiples of people come out here to try to identify the problem, and it's still not resolved, like 5 months later. I recognize that it's not like a Ubisoft situation where it's like they release one of their 8,000 live service games. I think it was like Jim Sterling who said aptly that one time in Bandcamp, where he was like, if you expect me to always be online, I expect you to always be online. I don't expect to have flawless internet connection 98% of the time. I do expect to have flawless internet connection at least 80% of the time. And we're looking at like 20% right now. which is like an omega hard F. Alrighty. That can be last one. Thank you all. Great job. Lot on whatever you want. And in case it matters, turn level sync off. That was a good party. Yep, I had faith it was gonna be good. Just had to wrangle people. Just had to wrangle the right people. If when up to it, Jolty, I'll take a B2. All right. So even if we're like 18 minutes shy or so from having to run our next set of ads, I'm going to run ads now. And I'm going to be right back for like a couple of minutes at most in order to rest my voice and grab coffee. When we're back, I'm going to hit this bespoke snooze button 3 times, buying us 15 minutes. So we're basically trading 2 minutes of silence for an extra 13 minutes of not having to deal with ads. Okay. If you've enjoyed this dank leak content so far and you have not followed yet, doing it has a sizable impact on the algorithm, and how it points other people to the channel. TLDR, it helps a ton. It's a free action, and I appreciate it if you do it. All right, I'm going to be right back and run ads. I will see you guys in a couple of minutes, and then we will dip our toes into Armor Core 6 yet again. See you in a couple. Okay, we are back. Please, please hold your applause. Hold your applause. Stop clapping. Stop clapping. I said no. All right, we're going to need to change our layout a little bit. Final Fantasy 11 audio, gone. Back Doge, gone. Chat holes, gone. OBS to main screen. Avatar emote. Transform. Flip horizontal. Go to the side. And then put me a little bit over here. Okay, that looks good. Activate. Variety audio and video. Then close down. Make sure that we save state the PS2. Close out of this. Alrighty. We're getting closer. Where's my Steam? Armor Core 6 fires a Rubicon. And then we take a pint at the Winchester and wait for all this to blow over. So the last time that we played, we were doing yet more corporate espionage and warfare. We encountered the Planetary Closure Administration forces, who deployed an elite squad of people that repeatedly pushed my shit in over and over again, repeatedly, deeply and greedily, until I engaged gamer mode and killed them, and then the warship that came as backup. Turn the music off. Okay, let me check to make sure that there's audio. It looks like there is. We should be in business. I've been wanting to toy with light ACs more. So they're pretty hard to keep alive in Armor Core 6 in particular, just because of the insane amount of shit that gets thrown at you in general. We're going to try to make it work. Okay. This is my light AC. Its function is to shoot lasers and laser missiles. How does a laser missile work? I am not a biologist. I could not tell you.
And reclusive. This man is more
Thank you so much for
dangerous than he
following.
seems.
DS Lid. I hope that you're pogging out of your gourd, because I am at the fact that you're here. The last mission that we have is attack the fueling base. We need to seize the Planetary Closure Administration's base and destroy the energy plant inside of it. We have to get extra rewards based on the number of enemies and fuel storage tanks destroyed. If I can help it, I will destroy all of them. I don't know how well this AC is going to do in this situation, just because it is made out of paper mache, but we'll give it a shot. In the worst case scenario, we just replace it with something else, like a generalist AC that's built to handle most things.
Just focus on getting the job done.
Oh, Walter. My sussy, mysteriously pasted friend. I do like the fact that the ACs, the light ACs do be moving real fast and whatnot. Howdy, it's Sippy from Horizon. So you playing AC6 and wanted my fix? I am here to provide it. I'm always here for you, my friend.
Contact with AC of unknown affiliation. Suspect corporate hire. Single AC. Terminate immediately.
One shot is enough to kill these things, which is great. I don't think that there are any parts that you need to worry about in this level. One thing I did not realize is that if you run out of ammunition in your arm parts, you can punch the shit out of things, which is not very effective, but is very funny. Wait for the missile spread. I hate it when my missiles spread. Something that I found out recently, and it is worth mentioning it to you guys if you are playing AC6 or you plan to. There are two different modes that you can target things in. There's free mode, which is when you target automatically whatever is the closest to the center of your targeting reticle here. And then there's assist mode. When you press R3 or whatever it is, I don't know what it is on keyboard, I play with a controller. You get these little indicators that appear around your reticle called target assist. When you are automatically assisting things, you are keeping your camera locked to them, which sounds great if you're only focusing on one enemy at a time. The issue is that what the game does not tell you, when you're in target assist mode, you are 20% just about less accurate with all of your shots. It takes a second longer or so for your targeting, actual targeting icon to line up with where it's supposed to be and track properly. You're more likely to shoot where the enemy was and not where they're going to be. Whereas if you're just targeting them in your freely looking mode, for whatever reason, you're more likely to properly track. Did you dodge me, fucker? Excuse me? Stop. Recently found out boosters have weight limits and it affects the cooldown of your dashes, so it looks like you have to be under a percentage amount of weight. Some boosters do consume less energy in general for quick boosting. The ones that I have are allegedly the ones that take up the least amount, and I have the biggest generator. It also helps in a very small degree to have a lot of energy capacity, but not a lot taking advantage of it.
Code 5, unaffiliated AC. Moving to terminate.
Fuck off. No! I'm out of energy. I hate this. You suck. So the last time that I fought these things, I had to rely on... I had to rely on a sword in order to make up the difference. And having a situation, thank fuck. Just die, dude. Is this like gonna give me an actual like supply? Oh my god, he's gonna cheese me. He's so flighty, dude. This thing is gonna kill me. I don't think I'm gonna be able to, even if I kill this. I have 76 life left to play with. So basically nothing. Okay, so all you have to do is just not get hit once. That should be easy enough. Right? All you have to do is just not get hit, Lamau.
Code 5, unknown AC.
Or get...
Must be after the plant.
Oh yeah, no, this seems reasonable.
Terminated.
Looks like an independent.
Yeah, no, there we go. Oh, I love that for me. Okay, we have to swap ACs. That one's not going to cut it. I'm sorry. I hate it, but that thing is too flighty. I need some kind of endurance. AC data. Load my baseline. Then load my generalist. And this is what I used to beat these things last time. We didn't get too terribly far into the mission. Let me make sure that I have... I do have the pile bunker, but that's not going to cut it. I need like an actual sword. Or do I just use the default one? The default one's not too bad. I want to use the pile bunker because that's going to do the most damage to it by far. Yeah, this is fine. Can I get myself a better generator? Yes. Question mark? Yes. Yes, I can. I'm like on the razor's edge of exceeding my weight capacity. Let's do ourselves a favor. And save this template so I don't forget in the future that I need to swap my generator out. Save generalist. And we'll rename the data name. Medium generalist AC. The amount of customization in this game is frankly insane. Sortie, missions, central ice field, sortie. This one is obviously, or honestly, better in general for what I needed to do for this mission. The light ACs are fun and all, but there's only so much that you can dodge before your generator gets out. If you can't dodge in a light AC, then you're fucked.
Take out the PCA forces and head for the energy refinery plant.
This one's not too bad. It's reasonably fast.
Code 1-5, contact with AC of unknown affiliation. Suspect corporate hire, single AC. Terminate immediately.
Not even close, baby. Where? Stop. Just accept death, please. Okay, I think that was it. Scan me. Okay, everybody just calm down. Think you're ever going to try the PvP out? Once I beat the game, yes. I also think that some amount of patches seem to be due. Because there is a particular weapon combination, apparently, that's making the rounds. Called a Zimmerman. Which is like a long-range slug-based shotgun that fires almost instantly and does a not small amount of damage. Which is very hard, not impossible, but hard to deal with. Like prohibitively hard to deal with. So I would like to wait until whatever is going on with that is toned down a little bit. I used 2 times Zimmer to beat the games with 2 Zongbirds. That sounds right. And honestly, I've been trying steadily. I haven't gone through all the weapons available to me, but I've been making a good faith effort to get through using all the different weapons. I thought isn't there supposed to be a guy here? Is there a man's here?
Moving to terminate.
Yeah, fuck you, guy. Ow, ow, punished. Yeah, no, this is going a little bit better than than it was last time. Who even are you, bro? Can I help you?
1 repair kit remaining.
Criminy Christmas.
That dome's your refinery plant. I've updated your marker data.
Yeah, no, I figured that. Can I do something other than deal with the bridge? Can I not take the bridge?
Code 5, unknown AC.
Must be after the plant. Contain the situation. Terminate it.
I don't know if I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make that. Look at that.
Intercept. Collect any corporate data you can find. The system.
Wait. Code 1-5.
You've got AC terminated.
Stop it. Please stop doing things to me. Everybody just relax, okay? Just form an orderly line and I will take care of you in short order. People have no patience nowadays. No. No. Sometimes I do feel bad because I know that most of these guys are like 1 day before retirement and that they have families that they could be going back to. I mean, not anymore because they're super dead, but they did once. What a shame. What a big old shame. What is this?
Where's the Vanguard? Handle it.
And boop. Let's see if that does it. I mean, that hit some of them. What? Stop. Are we good? Everyone just take a moment. Goodness. I think there, and this is so petty, I should not go all the way back here for this. I think there was 2 floating ACs or helicopters here. Yep, that'll do it. I don't want to miss anything. Because there's a small chance that one of these guys have a combat log, quote unquote, associated with them, which gets me parts over time the more that I collect. In case you are not familiar with the armor cores. Whoa. Stop. Stop.
Code 5, target confirmed.
Evasive action, Raven.
Not what I meant to press. I'm dead. Am I dead? No. Punished but not dead. Where? Please, please. God, even the fucking sound they make is annoying. All I have to do is not make any mistakes. There's just a little bit going on. Where? Who are you? I would like one moment to breathe. Is that okay with everyone? Criminy Christmas. What was that? Oh, apparently the fuel storage tanks. I was wondering why they seem so spaced out. All right, so far, considering the fact that we have literally no more room for error, we have 6,000 HP and apparently a target 2,600 meters away. There has to be a supply for this. Says the man that experienced what he did a couple of missions ago. There has to be a supply. Look at that. What did I say, chat? And you all doubted me.
Adversity can foster hope and resilience. Madness, our old friend.
All right, now we're gonna get punished by a boss of some description, aka the filter. We're gonna get filtered, chat.
That's the refinery plant.
Filter me timbers. What is this?
Code 5, hostile AC sighted.
Requesting backup from the system. Code 7-8.
Dude, what do you think is running through their brains as they see that coming at them? I mean, I guess something like, oh shit, probably. Where? There's nothing else. They've killed everyone. I doubt it. There's going to be some AC or something that's going to pop out. How many times can my streamer say something? Yeah, they're thinking about how stealthy it is. You are exactly right, my friend. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Hell yeah, brother. I can't believe they supplied me just to kill like 10 enemies. Something is approaching in the stratosphere. Fast. Is it Radon from Elden Ring? Here comes the filter. Can there not be two of them, dude? Why does there have to be a Dark Souls gargoyle situation? Don't mind if I do. Alright, all I have to do is survive 2 extraordinarily highly powered. I am already stunned. No. Where? Where's the man? Where's the other one? Holy shit. Stop doing things to me, please. I would really appreciate it. So one disadvantage of looking purely through free lock is the fact that if enemies are moving extremely fast like this, it is very hard to get a beat on them. Nope, I almost got one. That's not that hard. This is not that hard. Yeah, that's easy enough to punish for sure. Don't mind if I do. The other one's not really doing all that much damage to me, so this is okay. I just need to keep an eye on my damage. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Okay, I would like my energy back, please. At your earliest convenience. Okay, that tracking is very good on that. Fuck, can't even dodge it really. Get cornered. Yeah, we did it. We took 2 lives today, chat. Actually closer to like 30 or 40. But who's counting? 360 no scope. We good game, easy. I wish it was. What's the teabag button? Does anyone know what the teabag button is? 478,000. Oh my god. I could afford the mystery box. It could be anything, even a boat.
How's it going, Walter?
Hard to say.
I am broken. I broke myself.
Well, but I doubt the voice.
Still look at the man behind the mirror.
At any rate,
And turn myself off for a second. Try to fix it. It's amazing how taking a sip of coffee can completely break my software.
Turns out, our friend's fears were warranted. Don't spend too long dealing with the PCA, Walter. Clock
Tracking level 2 is apparently acceptable. All right, we are back online. There's that. I'm sorry, no flow. Hiding my avatar hides the emote wall. Let me fix it.
Impressive work on the refueling base assault.
There we go.
I knew you could do
Oh fuck, I skipped it.
I've got my eye on you. That is all. We at the Archivist Group expect much from you.
Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. Your records have been updated. C-rank virtual encounters are now available.
Ooh. Don't mind if I do.
To further hone your technique.
I do need to unlock the chip that gives me kick ability, because that makes it more easy for me to run things other than blades on my arms. All right, let's sell some of this extraneous equipment. Then AC design, AC data load, buy everything. This is our arena crusher. It is so completely oppressive that like it's great for the arena where it's just 1v1, where it's basically not fair. After beating the rebellious Volta and Iguazu into submission, Michigan made it his personal crusade to make something of the two, and thus began their daily hell. For the past 7 years, neither Volta or Iguazu have achieved their goal to punch the living daylights out of Michigan. Volta's admitted defeat and is now learning about business from Wu Huahai. Okay, let's kill the man. Oh my god, my thing is broken again. Okay, enjoy NVIDIA. Stop. Yes. Why is it breaking? I itched my face. It should not struggle with this. Please hold. Pause. I'm just going to do it live. Camera off. And tracking quality. NVIDIA broadcast tracker on. And that shit should just work. Okay. It's gonna make me bouncy because it's dependable, but it's not as accurate. It's gonna make me gyrate a whole lot, and I don't know why. So just pretend like I'm cracked out of my mind. I also forgot to close down Final Fantasy 11, so I'm taking up unneeded resources. All right, here we go. Prepare for the ga. Barely damages me. Don't they always gyrate? I mean, kinda, yeah. Just die, friend.
Woo! Destroyed. Concluding evaluation.
Woo!
Well done.
Woo. 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 Very exciting. I do think it's neat that you get their emblems, but outside of like RPing as them in the arena, I don't really see the point. It is neat though. It's neat that they give them to you. I don't know much about this series, but it seems hard to do a no-hit speed run. Yeah, it definitely is for sure. A product of Generation 10, currently practiced form of augmentation surgery, the latest, represents the culmination of efforts to preserve the patient's humanity through coral replacement technology. His noticeably unreserved remarks hint at an underlying lack of empathy. One might assume this is to be a side effect of the surgery, but in fact has been a part of him long before his augmentation. He looks like a very fast mech, and that scares me a little bit. I do have faith in the rata-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Now look at this guy. He do be spookums. Looks like an alien.
Subject AC, dual nature. Call sign V8 Pater. Commencing evaluation.
He also has a fucking bubble gun. I don't recognize what the things are on his back though. I hope this guy enjoys missiles. He is going behind me. I don't like that. I should probably save my missiles until I see him overload. He is punishing me a little bit, which is warranted. Oh, he's got the fucking terminal shield, so if he hits, it's like a last stand type thing. That was actually harder than I expected. His AI was definitely set up to try to get behind me as much as possible, which is honestly the way to do it, because if there's one advantage of having target assist, it does a much better job of keeping the eye on the enemy. I don't think I can change the rotation speed any faster than that. Let me see if I can, because that'll definitely matter against fast ACs like that. Camera settings, camera speed. Let's just set it to 7. And see how that does us. Scylla, a veteran independent mercenary active in the star system surrounding Rubicon before the fires of Ibris. Scylla is a patient of Generation 1 augmentation, a survivor, as the technology in its infancy had a less than 10% success rate. Oh my god. Though he escaped the fate of the others, Scylla is followed by the specter of death wherever he goes. After getting his surgery, he lost interest in most mercenary works and lives only for the hunt. It is not clear who employs him. I think we fought him during one of the earlier missions. I had a rough time with him. Yeah, but did you have the rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta? Do you mean in the arena or in the mission, or both? He has a big bubble gun. I've been trying to play mouse and keyboard recently, so I do not rely on the lock-on. I use it all the time in my first playthrough of the controller. I'm trying to avoid it because I recently came under the understanding that you lose like 20% accuracy by relying on the target resist, or target. The last dude you just fought? Yeah, he's definitely designed to get behind you as much as possible, and that sucks. For me. Okay. Do not kick me. That is very rude. Okay, so it's good game easy, my friend. Definitely having the camera move faster is what's going to make the difference. I don't know if I'm going to want it at higher than this for bitrate purposes, but Give it to me. Give it to me, you wool whore. Arena. Right hand of Rad's ringleader and chief engineer Cinder Carla. One day, Carla built a simple suggestion-based AI to provide basic support and occasional entertainment. No matter what the conversational prop she gave him, he would never say more than necessary. It sounds like me, actually. Instead, it seemed that he was content to be a good listener to his creator's free-spirited, eccentric ideas. So the implication is that this AI is what I am fighting. Don't mind if I do. These construction-themed ACs don't seem very strong. It does alarm me a little bit that he seems to have two different types of grenade launchers. But that is okay. We will win the day, chat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Such is my faith. Where you at, bud? Where you at, bud? Oh yeah, this is much easier. Ah, fuck. That's right. There you go now. Ooh. God, this AC is so stupid. It's just so dumb. I don't have to try. That's the thing, is that I would probably never use this AC in an actual mission, just because the way that some of these quote-unquote filter bosses are designed, or just requires more agility in general, but it's nothing if not funny. And I need to do these anyway. I feel compelled to. Last one for now. De facto military leader of the Rubicon Liberation Front. His authority is second only to that of Father Domayan. His standing with the organization earned him an informal title as a fellow elder. He's the uncle of the Liberation Front. For a time, Flatwell worked as a spy with extraplanetary corporations and has sway over a contract in Schneider's HR department. The Contrussi got me acting up, for sure. I understand how he feels. They did an amazing job with the designs. The fact that it took 6 years, probably just because it took so long to figure out how all these interlocking parts could semi-naturally work together.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay. I would like to fire my Gatling guns, please. Okay. Can we talk? Are the Gatling guns effective? No.
This concludes C rank evaluation.
Is it very fun to just do this? Yes, absolutely. Without a doubt. Okay.
Incoming comms.
Yes, hello. This is Dog.
Congratulations. You have surpassed rank C. We hope that our aid has helped push you to achieve greater things.
Kinda. All mine something supports all mercenaries. I understand. Boost kick. Give it to me. Weapon bay is very interesting. For sure. I understand the premise behind it. I would rather have shoulder weapons still, but... Unlock assault armor and allows it to be installed and creates a pulse explosion centering on the AC. Pulse armor creates a pulse barrier that trails the AC, dramatically increasing defensive performance. Okay, and this is like a last resort thing, which I'm fine with. That will increase explosive damage. I do love explosives. What do I have that's new? Why is it telling me I have something new? Oh. Okay. Let's take a look at what we have available in our missions. We have 4. Decision. What does decision mean? I mean, it's kind of like... It's clear. It's a decision that I have to make. Or there's a decision involved in it. Destroy the Planetary Closure Administration Special Forces Craft Cataphract. And eliminate the PCA enforcement squads. Well, both of these are attacking something PCA related. So what decision is it to attack the PCA at all? Because I've been kind of been doing that already. Oh, kinda, yeah. I mean, all right. I think we'll do. I think we might call it there, chat. I'm not sure. You can only do one of them. So like, this isn't Final Fantasy 11. I do kind of want to do one more. We'll do one more. Also, thank you, Dippy, for clarifying. I can only do one of them. I mean, I kind of want to fight the big dumb thing. That sounds fun. One more. Okay. That's all. Apparently all the convincing that I needed. Let me check to see if any of these involve parts. Armored core 6 parts. I work hard enough as it is. I don't mind looking up where the parts are, because I have to be the one to complete the mission. Okay, none of these. Oh, let's make a new AC. I'm feeling frisky. We will AC data load the baseline template. Okay. Now, because I've been meaning to do this forever. Change the left back unit to be our color template. Save edits and quit. Wait. Color set. And color set. And color set. Or am I just randomly going to different ones? Here we are. Color set. And color set. Okay. That all looks right. Save edits and quit. AC data. Save over this. Now. AC design. Sell all these parts so I have as much cash as I want. Eventually, what I'll do, and I've already done this a little bit, is I'll farm one of the earlier missions over and over again until I have enough cash to reliably buy everything. But for now, I just want to experiment a little bit. I'll keep all the boosters that I purchased. Load. AC design. AC data. Load generalist AC. Okay, that's good. Is there anything new in here that I would want? I've unlocked the ability to kick. Okay. Lock the ability to kick so I don't need a left-hand weapon anymore. On paper. But I do like pile drivers. I do like pile drivers. And I do have the boosters that give you the most melee attack speed. We work hard. Let's equip the pile driver. I do miss it. Anytime I don't have the pile driver, I miss it. Expansion. And the load is just too big. I just have too much load right now. I don't want to lose out on all of my recovery. Okay. This is fine. I don't need energy firearm specialization. Energy firearm specializations is for babies. And even though I only made exactly one change, let's save over it one more time. Pile bunker, my beloved. Missions. Let's blow up the cataphract. I have no frame of reference for what this is. All I know is that I'm going to take its life.
Comes from the Rubicon Liberation Front. Let's see what it says.
Raven, we have a mission we'd like to offer you. The PCA has deployed the cataphract, a special forces weapon specialized for ground combat. If we allow the corporations to seize this kind of technology, things will take a dire turn.
I mean, things are already kind of being dire and all anyway, right? Isn't the PCA feared by everyone mutually? Why would the corporations acquire it? I guess there's a... Why?
That MT core is also its vulnerability. Focus your fire there, and it can be beaten.
Okay, but how?
Or our best chance. What do you say?
I say sign me the fuck up. It.
Seems the Liberation Front are hoping their rivals will wear each other down. They must be desperate to avoid confronting a triumphant victor.
Yep, that's whatever you said for you.
Main system activating combat mode.
Transmission. Destroy the PCA SP machine, Cataphract.
Cataphract incoming.
Oh boy, there it is.
Enemy AC confirmed. Presently exchanging fire.
Presently exchanging fire. So you sound. Oh my fuck. Oh, it hit me. Ooh, that was a good hit, dude. Stop. 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 Stop this. Oh my god, please. So I really should not have... Okay. I really should not have vertical missiles for this. I need to have something else. Vertical missiles are not cutting it because they're just hitting the top of the tank. They're not hitting the front of it. I need to actually be in front of it to do damage. I love the vertical missiles, but they have to go. Oh, what do I get instead? What do I get instead, chat? Split missile launchers. It seems cursed. Let's do that. Double dual missile launchers. I want to get the split ones, but I don't know how strong they are. Okay. We do have a little bit more weight give now. Apparently not that much. Is that the best generator available to me? It is. Okay. Is there a better arm weapon that I can grab? I have a burst rifle, but it's not really cutting it against a boss like this. I want something like something that hits really, really hard. That seems good. Let's do that. Right arm. Big ass grenade launcher. Don't mind if I do. Prepare to die. Prepare to eat my shit.
Activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy the PCA-SP machine, Cataphract.
Enemy AC confirmed.
Wow, that do be kind of slow, huh?
Priority target. You got some nerve showing up here. That leak of yours started all. Did you really let you down? You made Rubicon Corporation's playground. We had law and order under the PCA's watch.
Must be your license. Something that the real Raven did.
Oh, it hit me. We kind of traded there, so I guess it's fine. Stop, please.
2 repair kits remaining.
Looks like the Cataphract's designers never expected a frontal assault. Keep hitting that sweet spot, 621.
Double 4, send me what you've got on priority target rate.
Ooh! Oh, fuck. It punishes me every time. But I do think it's kind of worth it.
Code 1-8, whoever this is, it's not Raven. Regardless, they're as much of a threat to the PCA, if not more.
That was bad.
No repair kits remaining.
Excuse me? They fly now?
Focus 621. They're on their guard now.
Ooh, the money shot, dude. If that ain't the most cinematic crap that you've seen on Twitch yet, I don't know what is. A second away from being horrifically punished and a grenade to the face. I actually need to clip that. Hang on. Can I just clip that? How do I clip? Flash marker. Cool guy moment. It was definitely worth it to do one more. You guys were right. I never should have doubted you.
Borrowed licenses are always trouble.
That was a cool guy moment. Man, that was a pretty significant dopamine spike, huh? I only have the smallest amount of adrenaline chemically rewriting my brain.
1 new message.
About to go parkour off of some half-constructed Eastern European construction projects. I think that I pushed said Uncle Flatwell's shit in the arena like 5 minutes ago. Okay. That's going to be a chat. That's probably the best possible note to end it on. Even though I can't really guarantee how many people are left over from the Final Fantasy XI stream, I'm going to send you over to a Final Fantasy XI or Ham Club group adjacent member We sent you over to Boa before. I'm gonna send you over to, I don't know, Nizan. Nizan is another Ham Club member. So Ham Club, if you're not familiar with it, is a group of people that do a lot of charity work, and I respect and I've joined them, and I play with them regularly. I get along with them very well. They're all worth supporting and have their own interesting facets that they can bring to the table and feed you in the form of constant endorphin supplication over a long period of time. I'm not personally familiar with Nizan, but I'm sure that they are very cool people, and I followed them, and I wouldn't have done that just for no reason. So let's raid him or her. And if you could do me a favor when you get in there, just say hi. It makes them feel engaged. It makes them feel good. Alrighty, I'm going to press the button, and I will see you guys later. You have a good one. Bye, bye, bye. You have a good one. Bye. Take care. Bye. Appreciate you being here. Bye. 50 people were watching? Wow. That's really impressive. Thank you, guys. All right, bye. I'm going to press the button now. Goodbye.